So as far as the third world aristocrat video from today goes, I gotta say, huge win for the toe and a stroke of genius on my part.
Mr. Radio Voice, he's doing his shows. He's roasting some ass and he's picking his nose. He speaks like a pro on the Steel Toe Show. He's making a mess and everyone knows. Ready or not, he already came. April is a hoe and she's snorting for fame. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He spilled the beans. He's rooting for rage as he gets her thrice. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He had a felony charge, but he's gonna walk. He's got a big mouth and he talks the talk. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He's always a guest with Alex Stein. He's making a wish. He's taking his time. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. Oh, hip hop dibbity dop to the wop 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 wop. Hong dong whittle dangle wang. Oh, he sang dooley mama splatting your hat. Doo to poot cakes.
Good morning, everybody. Uh-oh. Hi. What's up? How's it going? Let me check my phone. No messages. Are you down there?
Say, huge win for the toe.
Yell if you fell down. I'm hoping you're just taking a shit. I'm sort of doing a bit, but I'm also mildly concerned. Said concern will grow as the minutes go by.
He's getting the views. A likable guy, not one of the news.
Okay, I thought he was going to say Jews. That's good. That's a positive. It is a win for the toe. Why? Because it's another day above ground. We hit go live, so we've already won. But we have a goddamn show to do. And if we have a show to do, that means we have to do it for you because you're here, and that's what you asked for. And God damn it, if you're going to get nothing else from this program, it's going to be what you asked for. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Oh my goodness, Rumble with the likes and the shares already. Thank you very much. YouTube, you do the same. Again, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, and whatever for all the other stuff. Hey, I did see we're back over 400 subscribers on Rumble, and we're back up over 500 subscribers on YouTube. So you guys did it yesterday. Nice work. Nice work. You guys went over yesterday as well, so we're starting at 310. And today, your donations to this show will go towards the establishment of the Klitz and Calamari food truck. And as you know, yesterday, that was our big money getter. The Klitz and Calamari food truck bit was what they call a staple of yesterday's program. We appreciate it. Bigot on Socialist Media letting us know it's not possible to select auto renew on Rumble. That's good to know. So if you notice yourself in chat without your highlight behind it, go ahead and renew your membership if you can. Otherwise, doesn't hurt to ask for a membership. Hell, I've proven the last 5 years, nothing wrong with asking people for money.
Nope.
It works just fine. Works just fine. Hey, Thursday is the first day of May.
Mm-hmm.
We're coming up on, one of the warmer months of the year. I'm also going to take a little trip towards the end of May, and that meant yesterday, I looked this up. SP and I had not thought of it at all in the lead up to this whole thing. And, dude, Real ID.
Yeah.
You know how they've been trying to make that a thing for like 5 years, and like COVID, they kept pushing it back because the airlines were like, look, if you do this at a time where you're already shutting down travel, you're going to fuck us so hard in the ass. It's not going to be funny. So the government went, all right, fine. We've decided that this Real ID is really important. It needs to happen. It's important for the safety of the American people. But we'll push it back because it's a bad business move for you. Then 2022 came, 2023, 2024, whatever. Like, all of these years came and went, and this super important thing that we had to have just kept getting pushed back. Now, maybe you can explain, because, again, I do a show, I research for a show, then I fuck off and I don't read. I'm an idiot. Maybe you can help me. Why now is Real ID a thing?
I have no fucking idea, other than the fact that everybody's using it. Like over in England and things, it's a thing. So
it's a New World Order thing.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think. I think it's kind of like they want to get us to their one world government setup, and ID and digital currency are the two biggest keys for that.
Getting old is fun because you stop believing people. I kind of find that to be the fun part of getting old. Like, every time something happens, I go, okay. Like, I don't even go, hey, what's your reasoning for this? I go, what makes sense? What's the real reason that they're doing this? And for Real ID, you're like, the minute you hear about it, you're like, my driver's license was working fine.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with my driver's license. They looked at it at the airport. They could confirm it was. They could scan they scan the fucking thing. They know if it's real or not because they scan it and they go, this is a real driver's license. You are who you say you are. Now, that's the thing. Like, I can be who I say I am and still, fuck up a plane. So
essentially, yeah.
Yeah, there's
Real ID doesn't prove intent.
Right. It's not like, oh, guys, there's no way this guy's going to shank people on the plane. He's got a Real ID. Like, I don't think Mohammed Musa Jafara gives a fuck if his idea is real or not, if he plans on going down with the ship, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, there's no kind of ID that a terrorist on a suicide mission would give a fuck about. Because he's like, I don't give a shit if they dox me, motherfucker. I'm dying. So I don't understand why we need Real ID, but I got a wild hair up my ass. It hurt. But I got a wild hair up my ass yesterday, and I was like, I should check in on the Real ID thing because I'm going to be flying soon. And
Do you need to have one?
Yeah, May 7th. I'm leaving.
How hard is it to get?
Well, I did the pre-screening, pre-approval thing yesterday. So now I just got to bring a bank statement, my birth certificate, and my driver's license to the DMV today in St. Cloud. And then I can get the paperwork that shows that I got my Real ID. You can use that on a plane after May 7th. They're not going to get me my Real ID for, get this, 35 to 45 days. Because there's a little Chinese kid that has to make it and put tracking chip in it. And a lot of those kids end up jumping from the top of the building and, crashing into the nets. So...
Oh, no, not Foxconn again.
It takes
so
a
wait
minute.
a minute. There's a tracking chip or something in it?
That's what, where is it? I got to go back up in the chat. Bigot on socialist media. Soon digital ID will be mandatory, and the way they gain support in the U.S. is the voter ID crap. Somebody had a little info for me. Real ID proves I really was the guy that caused the plane to explode. Yeah, exactly. No, somebody wrote in. Oh, there we go. Redbird with $1 says it has a chip in it that can be tracked by satellites.
That's messed up. Why do they need to track your ID? It doesn't change who's whole. Like, if someone steals your ID, knowing where it is doesn't change
just
a whole lot.
One step closer to enemy of the state.
Right?
I mean, am I lying? Am I lying? I don't think I'm lying. Dub with $1 today says $1 holla. Thank you very much, my little Asian prostitute. Thank you very much for the startup today. We appreciate every dollar that comes in to this program. I don't mean to say that things are heating up again now that the case is over and everything like that, but It's getting close enough to where I'm daydreaming again. Because we're dropping the goals a couple of times next month, depending on how the Rumble Creator Program thing works and how many people renew their memberships by the middle of the month. So I'm getting excited about that. But then I have a meeting coming up next month that's going to determine a lot of the future of the show and the time frame of said, and like before my arrest, before my charges, I was at the point where I was like, I can now daydream about all this goal nonsense era of steel toe being behind me and, grabbing the brass ring. Well, then that got put on hold for about 8 to 10 months while this was going on. Now as conversations pick up again, I'm starting to daydream about that brass ring again. So I'm very excited. But right now, in the here and now, I'm excited about the huge amount of memberships we've been piling up and the Rumble Creator Program. I'm excited about both of those things. So thank you guys very much for your support. So this Real ID thing, I checked on it yesterday. May 7th, 2025 is when we got to start using the Real ID at the airport. Although it confused me because it also said if you don't get Real ID, it may lead to longer security screenings at the airport. So I'm like, wait a minute, can I roll the dice without this Real ID thing? It like everything the government does, it's just so there's 5 sentences and a half of one makes sense.
Right. But the big question is, are they going to check your booty hole if you don't have Real ID? Because you could be a threat.
They might check my booty hole when I'm not on Real ID, if I do have Real ID. It all depends on what I ask for,
Fair enough.
Maybe I'll go in there and I'll be like, are you sure there's nothing in my asshole? And they'll go, well, no, we're pretty sure. Are you sure? That's what I do at the airport. I make terroristic threats about things in my anus so I can get a little rubber glove action.
Seems weird.
It's shameful. It's shameful and it's against God. Is what I've learned. But one day at a time, as they say in the group I'm in.
The part he enjoys the most is just the big smile he gets to have while not breaking eye contact when they perform it.
Right, and that makes them really uncomfortable.
Yeah, they don't like it when you look them in the eye.
No, because they're ashamed, as they should be. This is not what they signed up for.
Right?
Not what they came to the Holy Land for. Now they're in the Holy Land. But, no, the group I'm in, which is Leather Glove Lovers Anonymous, is they say one day at a time. They do say don't ask people to put fingers up your ass. It's rude. And I don't want to be seen.
Unhygienic, but yeah, it's definitely rude.
Yeah, I don't want to seem rude. Well, we're off to a killer start today, I have to say.
It's going all right.
Citizen M says we need to get you back on radio so Cheese can listen while on vacation. Cheese, that lucky bastard. He takes more and longer vacations than anybody else.
Oh, yeah. I can't even afford a vacation.
What's he going to do when, he can't watch me when I'm out and about? That was the creepiest thing when Cheese was like, I watch Aaron when he's here. I watch Aaron when he's at a gas station, whatever. I actually did contact Cheese, and I just, playfully, because I know Cheese doesn't mean anything by it. He just gets caught up in the internet sometimes. I'm like, hey, buddy, could you do me a favor? He's like, yeah, man, anything. What do you need? I go, could you stop watching me? And, to Cheese's credit, he didn't know that would upset me. He didn't know that would weird me out. Cheese, and that checks out for Cheese. Cheese was like, oh, man, I'm sorry. I thought you would get why it's funny. I'm like, when I'm with my kids and you're saying, that we're going to I got them drinks at a gas station. I'm like, buddy, you can ease up a little bit. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that would be a problem. It's fucking Cheese, man. That's what, if anyone ever asks.
It's Cheese, dude.
It's Cheese. By the way, speaking of M, Meme Copium, I guess, upset Citizen M to the point where M had to tweet and defend his lover, Mr. Ricada, because Meme Copium was pointing out that Nick is at the bottom of the LawTube ratings. Even lower when you look at money made. Apparently on his law streams, on his YouTube Super Chats, he's making less money than the toe.
Ooh.
That's got to be rough. I always say there's only 2 things real in this business, the money and the miles. And when you're taking an L to the toe, That's good for us.
Yeah, not for you.
It's a huge fall from grace for you. You give me a 455,000 subscriber channel, I ain't losing to no 13,500 subscriber. I ain't losing to some local radio guy. Yeah. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, Meme Copium, Bigot on Socialist Media says Meme Copium rattled M with little effort. Meme Copium rattled M without even knowing he did it. But Meme Copium's a funny and a talented guy, and M's easy to rattle. You know who M reminds me of? Kind of Dave 25. M.
I was thinking this whole thing was very reminiscent of of Cowpoke. Be like, oh yeah, you hear about this Dave 25? Some random person be like, what? And Meme Copium's doing the same thing. It's just like, hey, I'm talking about this. It's like, oh no, that's cool. Meanwhile, M's in the corner freaking out. No, it's not true.
M's very much a Dave 25 type of guy. I think those two would get along really, really well. I miss old Dave. I'd love to talk to him again. I'm just fucking with you. I would never like to talk to Dave.
Bring Dave back. You don't miss Dave 25.
I miss the Potester.
Well, Cowpoke can be fun.
I love Cowpoke. I'd like to do a sports show with Cowpoke. I've got a sports show for you. Check this out. Cowpoke, Aaron Imholt, Corey Adam. That's a sports show.
All right. Yeah, do it.
That's a sports show, and it should be done. Okay, we got a lot to talk about today. We got the 100 men versus a gorilla thing. Before that goes stale, we got to discuss that because it's the most retarded internet meme thing I've seen in a long time. The 100 men versus a gorilla thing. It's kind of catching the what was it? The man or bear? Remember the man or bear thing that women were doing?
No, I don't.
I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was fucking dumb. Now there's a discussion that guys are having, and this is kind of fun. Like the internet can now play out the conversations you used to have on your bikes with your friends when you were teenagers. You know, the internet can kind of be Never Neverland. Like, hey, man, would you rather fight a badger or a grizzly bear? You know, like those kind of conversations. Now you can have those online, and you can delay your development as an adult even further by having conversations of like, hey, do you think 100 men could beat up a gorilla? And I'm like, if they couldn't, it's 100 of the gayest dudes ever.
I don't know, man. Gorillas are pretty strong.
Okay, but they're not Thanos.
Is the gorilla taking them in turn or all at once?
That was one of the hottest things you ever said. I watched a porno that started that way once.
Once, huh?
Only it wasn't the animal. They weren't calling an animal a gorilla. They were calling a human.
Uh-oh.
The gorilla. And there were some very small white girls. But the 100 men versus a gorilla thing, 100 men, dude, 100%. It's just too much. It's overwhelming. Like 100 guys at one time, if you can't get 4 of them to hold back a gorilla's arms, you're a dickhead.
Yeah. I don't know what the heck 100 men are doing fighting a gorilla, though. Was this like a pay-per-view event? Like,
I don't know. Did
the gorilla insult all of their moms?
Some autist thought of it, so they had to go with it. That was the man v gorilla thing. Oh, yeah, that's it. The woman thing was, would you feel safer coming across a man or bear alone in the woods? Yeah, that was a stupid woman thing that they came up with.
I guess it depends on whether or not she's bleeding.
Why would
the bear won't be able to tell, and he'll just get, all incensed. The salmon's in the river. He's going to go get hungry and catch himself a meal. A dude's just going to be like, can I help you get out of here?
Bottle Tip says Aaron has nicknamed his butthole Gorilla. No. And by the way, the answer to that question is the gorilla. The gorilla. Every time. We have, we'll get to that in a little bit. I'll get you the details on that. But first, I wanted to play you a clip. One of my favorite Twitter accounts is Misery Loves Clips. I like that guy. The Misery Loves Clips guy clips really interesting parts of different shows. He clips me quite a bit. He posted one of the In Hot Water show yesterday. Gino and Keanu, friends of the show. I don't have any. They're very unique friends of the show. I don't have any friends of the show that helped put me in jail for 6 hours. I only have one of those kind of friends.
Yeah, but did they mean to?
No, well, if you talk to them, they'll say no. They thought the whole thing was stupid and it was idiotic and they were manipulated. Well, Keanu says she was manipulated by Nick and April, which I believe. And the whole thing was Nick's master plan to get back at his the love of his life, the one that got away, apparently, according to him. I don't share that opinion, but it was his get back. It was his vengeance. And then the chicken shit didn't even have the balls to admit that that's what it was. He tried to play it off as something else. That's why in Discovery, his statement to police is 15 pages long. And the 4 other people's statements to police were 14 and a half pages long combined. And 10 of those pages were April.
He wrote a novel?
Yes, and 10 of those pages were 10 of those 14 pages were April, and she was desperately trying to take a certain place in Nick's life. So she was doing anything to suck up and anything to yes, massa, yes, massa, yes, massa. So between the two of them, 25 pages, 4 pages for everybody else. But don't worry. It wasn't about vengeance on their part. So anyway, Gino and Keanu were doing a show yesterday, and Keanu, I'm worried, Johnny, that I started this fight. This upsettedness that happened, that Gino got set off on a rant yesterday. I'm worried that I caused this because from time to time, Gino and Keanu will listen to Steel Toe on a semi-regular basis. They'll, tell me about something I talked about on the show because I forget. And I think Keanu was listening to my conspiracy theory I have about Trump and Epstein. Now, you heard...
He was behind the whole Epstein cover-up thing?
That I think Trump is banging the drums and being real loud about releasing the Epstein stuff, just like he was in his first term, because he knows that he and a lot of his buddies, including Dershowitz, are maybe going to be a little more involved with that Epstein thing than we think. We all know that Epstein and Trump have hung out before, that they've been in the same places before, that they've met, that they've spoken. I mean, Alan Dershowitz, Donald Trump's good buddy and lawyer, was Epstein's lawyer. So, they run in similar
circles.
Run in similar circles. So I'm thinking that there's way more Trump in those Epstein files than we know. And I think Trump being like, we're going to release him, we're going to release him, we're going to release him, is his way of looking like the champion against the deep state. Meanwhile, every time they try to release this shit, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Donald Trump, oh, god darn it, we hit another roadblock. Oh, god darn it, somebody's stopping us from releasing this thing. Boy, gee golly, we sure would like to, but we just can't seem to get what we need.
The worst part of that is Pam Bondi, really kind of fucking bait and switched everybody with the whole, we've got the list, and you're going to be surprised, and you're going to be shocked. And then the next day, they're stonewalling me. Well, that really is vastly different from I have all the information on my desk.
Right. So my theory is that they're playing the champion on that deal, but really they want to cover it up just like anybody else. Also, Donald Trump's friends are probably a big part of that. So that's the conspiracy theory I'm running with. I think Keanu started to run with that conspiracy theory on their show, and we get one of the more all-time Gino blow-ups because of this. Would you like to see?
Yeah, I would.
I want to axe you.
I want to axe me. Gino, I think maybe Trump, even though I don't believe he was doing the things that maybe everybody else on that airplane were with Epstein, but he still was on the flight list.
No, Keanu.
Oh, boy. I'm starting to think that maybe I caused the argument you're about to hear.
Okay.
Because that kind of sounds like my conspiracy theory.
It does sound very similar.
And I'm worried that Keanu was watching The Toe, and then she decided to put this idea out there. Keanu's more to the left than Gino is. I mean, hell, Goebbels was more to the left than Gino is, but I believe that maybe Keanu heard that theory. Maybe not. Maybe I'm in the clear, but she maybe heard that theory. And the only reason I say that is because she's a woman coming up with an interesting thought. And I'm thinking she had to get it from a man, right?
Yeah, somewhere.
Yeah.
And it obviously wasn't Gino.
And it wasn't her little girl brain. Sorry. That's just that, by the way, that is not disrespect to Keanu. I'm disrespecting women. Not Keanu.
It's not just Keanu. It's all of them.
Right. It's all women. None of that's targeted directly at Keanu. I believe for the next 10 years of my life, I get to call these people my friends while still taking highly disrespectful pot shots over what the last year has brought.
Yeah, it seems fair.
Fair enough. That's your high price for treason, madam. All right, so Keanu lays out this theory that maybe this stuff isn't coming out because Trump's maybe involved in this a little more than we thought. Gino will not have it. Not in this house. He gets real guinea here.
With Epstein, but he still was on the flight list.
No, Keanu, I'm going to say this once. Are you fucking stupid? Stop! Stop! My picture!
Okay. There's never... I don't think there will ever be anything more accidentally funny than a man in a retarded 1930s flight helmet screaming at the top of his lungs about current events and news. This looks like a guy with Down syndrome defending his favorite pizza. You know?
I'm curious what's going on the show. Why are they wearing hats?
Pineapple double pizza, Keanu. I'm making them at night, Dad. Gino's been making grilled cheese at night in that hat. He and Larry Bea, I believe, is his guest. They're wearing helmets. I don't know what that means. I know Larry Bea is a cancer survivor. I don't know. Maybe it was brain cancer and they're doing a helmet thing to make fun of the brain cancer. I'm not sure. But either way, Gino did not like Keanu's theory on
Donald Trump.
SP uses a word to describe Keanu, and I can't remember what it is. Oh, yeah, treacherous cunt. No, I'm just kidding. SP always says, what did she say? Somebody posted something on Twitter yesterday, and it was like clips where April's clearly high on coke on the show with me, and they're putting little edits in it. And I ran across it on Twitter. It was very funny. But Keanu was in the background of one of these clips, and SP had pointed out, she saw a picture of Keanu. She goes, Keanu is stunning. That's the word she used to describe Keanu, was stunning. And I was like, that's a very kind. You don't. It stood out to me because you don't usually hear women say that nice of things about each other.
No, they're usually a little more. I don't know why they're so, but yeah, more underhanded.
Yeah. Well, here's the stunning Keanu. I'll stop interrupting so much. Getting screamed at by Gino while he's in an Amelia Earhart flight helmet.
Was on the flight list.
No, Keanu, I'm going to say this once. Are you fucking stupid? Stop! Stop! My picture! What? I'm going to... What? No, Keanu, wait.
I thought he was.
Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
Off. It's real now.
His fucking tailspin Baloo fucking Crash McDuck helmet's coming off. That means Gino is ready to roll. No, but my picture, I love that. I think that might be my favorite part. We might have to watch this 10 or 12 times. I think my favorite part is, no, my picture. It's like it's like a kid who wants his toy. It's like Gino can't even use, he's so incensed at this insinuation.
At this point.
Right, he can't use words.
Way off. Let's
continue on here. I want to watch one more time.
Still was on the flight list.
No, Keanu, I'm going to say this once. Are you fucking stupid?
Look at her. She's fucking terrified.
Uh-oh, I've set him off. Uh-oh.
Are you fucking stupid? Stop! Stop! My picture!
That's my favorite. My picture.
I still don't want to. What does he mean about his picture? It seems fine.
I think he wants the camera to cut to him.
Oh, okay.
And he's older, so instead of saying, like, cut to me, it's older people, and they go, and my picture.
My picture.
Fucking stupid. Stop. Stop. My picture. What? No.
Even the black guy is like,
I don't understand what's happening here.
I mean, I can't remember. I would have to look it up. Is Trump on the flight logs or not? Or do we even know?
I don't know if we even know. I know Donald Trump publicly said that he met Epstein once and that he heard rumors and got a bad vibe from him, so he didn't have anything to do with him. But
he claims he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago.
Mar-a-Lago, yeah. But like you already said, they traveled in similar circles. For fuck's sake, they had the same goddamn lawyer.
Yeah.
And if you follow Donald Trump's history, it starts with a very, very sizable endowment from the Rosenbaums. So,
what?
Rosenbaums. What's their name? One of the
Rothschilds, Rothsteins.
Rothschilds. There we go. Thank you.
Shit.
Watched a movie.
No,
the other
Keanu,
day.
wait.
I thought he was.
He thought he was. That's just it. You thought he was.
That doesn't help. Put the hat back on.
Wait. I just.
Are you saying retard Crash McDuck helmet?
I'm saying retard words combined with crazy hair really doesn't help.
It doesn't work as well? How? So
No.
you think Crash McDuck helmet is more helpful?
I think right now, Crash McDuck helmet has had an effect on his follicles today, and he has to stick with the helmet until we're done.
Can somebody please superimpose Gino's face and hair on Crash McDuck from Tailspin and have him driving a plane? I think that would be wonderful.
Asked you.
She asked the question.
You
kept talking over me rather than listen to the truth. It drives me
that's
insane.
what I said. I said.
Oh, he did put a different hat on. Okay, so he went with, 1930s Gino. Actually, he's starting to look like Julius from Independence Day. Like he's Judd Hirsch in a little bit. Like pretty soon he's going to be like, Keanu, you knew then. With don't get me unprepared. You had him with Epstein with the flight logs. You knew then. You did nothing. Gino, I'm not Italian. Nobody's perfect.
I don't know. So why wouldn't they be coming out?
Is he shushing her?
Donald Trump hung out. This is why Stuttering John, I said this age is like Donald Trump raped a 14-year-old. No.
I didn't say that.
No. Stuttering John. Is anyone listening to me?
I am.
No.
Oh,
Gino, buddy, I love you, but you've
read the room, my friend.
This is, I believe, what we call crashing out, as the kids say. I understand Gino is, he's mafioso. He's Italian. He's guineaed up, so he's loyal. So he's loyal to Donald Trump. I'm a German. I'm treacherous by nature. And I do not feel the same loyalty to Donald Trump that he has. If I find out Donald Trump was more involved in that Epstein stuff than he let on, then fuck him. I want to know.
I don't want to know. Nobody involved in that shit should get away with it.
Right. I don't give a shit. Like, there are some people out there who are so loyal to Trump. They're like, if they found out that he was in more of that Epstein shit, they'd be like, let's not release the files. It would damage Trump too much. I don't give a shit. I want all these people damaged. I want all of them dirtied if they deserve it. In fact, the only reason that Trump looks good is because we're comparing him to politicians. Donald Trump is a 1980s real estate mogul from New York. He's dirty as sin. He's filthy as fuck. He's probably dealt with some really unsavory characters, but we're comparing him to Nancy Pelosi. Therefore, he looks like a fucking angel.
That is an achievement on like Nancy Pelosi's part.
Yeah, right. She's a giant piece of shit.
Everybody is. Okay, Stuttering John said he raped a 14-year-old. Yeah. Okay.
I'm saying I didn't say.
Who gives a shit what Stuttering John said? Enough. If I never hear the name Stuttering John for the rest of my life, all of these people who have like bought cars and houses because they said Stuttering John 50,000 times, those people should all, what themselves. I mean, it's shameful. It's a shameful act that you've made it on that reason. You should be embarrassed for yourself.
That. So why are you getting so crazy?
Because you're spouting the because again, stop pretending you're not liberal when you regurgitate the biggest lie of the left. But let me ask you something. Watch this.
Keanu's liberal. I wouldn't say that Keanu pretends not to be liberal. Keanu's liberal, and she's liberal in a way that's tolerable, where she's like, I just don't want gays to be dragged behind trucks. And you're like, you know what? That I can roll with that.
That sounds completely acceptable.
Yeah, I can roll with gays now. I don't think anybody should be Matthew Sheparded. That's mean. Like, I'm somewhere in between. I'm like, hey, man, don't hurt anybody because they like a dick in their ass. There, but for the grace of God go I. Who knows how I might feel on a Thursday, right? But at the same time, I don't need to fucking hear about it every 5 minutes. I don't need to hear about The gay, the trans, the bathrooms. And I get it. The right and the left both do that as like a wedge issue. Unfortunately, that's their new abortion. You know, does abortion affect that much of the population? No, not that many people get abortions every year in terms of, you know what I mean, a percentage of the population. So it's not that big of a thing. Just like gay and trans in bathrooms is not that big of a thing. But like abortion, it evokes a lot of emotion from people. So therefore, we're gonna play on that. Everyone's got to have an opinion. Same thing with the gay, like Keanu's old school liberal, where she's like, I got a lot of theater gay friends. You know, I know a lot of, you know, glitter haired queens, and and they're nice, and I want people to be nice to them. That's fine. That's wonderful. Keanu's not sitting there going, yeah, they should shake their cocks at kids in pride parades, you know? And then
honestly, I don't think anyone's asking for that except for maybe one specific community.
Right, the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
So Gino is not happy that Keanu insinuated that maybe Trump is on those flight logs. This is kind of the difference between Gino and I. Like I said, it's that loyalty. He likes Trump and he's going to roll with it. Me, I'm interested. You know me. I'm interested in a good story. You know? Okay. If there's a story, if there's a world where Trump's on that flight list and we're trying to keep it under wraps, I want to hear about that. That's a good story.
I don't know why anyone would defend Donald Trump if he's on that flight list and stuff like that. Like, I mean, if you're for Donald Trump, you want him to exonerate himself by proving he's not on those lists. Bring out the deets.
Well, Gino's going to defend his boy here. It's admirable.
Find me a picture while I'm saying this, and then I'll interrupt you. Because I know I can go. I can go have a goddamn drink, and you two can talk about whatever you want.
No, but I want to ask you something right now. I want to ask you something.
Trump and Epstein picture.
Remember
the question he wants to ask him right now.
Do you personally dislike homosexuals?
When you said, and this is why this is very important to this. Remember when you said during 9/11, you was that person who would have been, oh no, not our government. Remember you said that about you?
Did I live with someone who said...
No. The question is...
I'm not doing it. No. Larry, I'm not fucking doing it. We're ending this in 3 fucking minutes.
You can't answer the question?
What?
Okay.
No, I'm saving you the time of asking it. I'm saving you the time of asking it.
This is very important.
This is the... Okay.
This is an interesting question that Larry's asking him if he can ever get to it. It's like, Gino, you used to be the guy who said our government could never be complicit in the acts of 9/11. And that's an interesting point. So could you leave open the possibility that Trump was involved, this high-powered billionaire was involved with this Mossad agent whose job it was to create dirt on these people so they could be controlled? I mean, not for nothing, but is Trump denying Israel anything?
No.
Is Trump pushing back against anything Israel does?
Nope.
Has Trump had Benjamin Netanyahu in the White House?
Oh, yeah.
Has Trump had any representatives from the Palestinian territories in the White House?
Not that I know of.
No, he hasn't. So it's a fair question. Like, does Israel have anything on Trump? Or is Trump just completely in the bag for Israel?
Here's the deal. Right. And that's the whole point.
There's part of me that's like, if Trump was on the take from the Mossad because they have Epstein type stuff on him, that would, in a weird way, in some ways, make me feel better about the decisions he's making. Because if he's not blackmailed by Mossad, that means that he thinks what Israel's doing is right all the time. And that's a problem. Because, you know, whenever we bomb the Houthis or whenever we bomb ISIS or whenever we bomb Al-Qaeda, we always point out the atrocities that they're committing. Oh, here's what they do to children. Or they have slavery. Or, oh, we have to do, you know, we have this bleeding heart mentality about it. Israel does a lot of the things that we criticize these other groups for doing. They bomb children, they target civilians, they do all these things. And look, it's war. That's why I say if these two groups want to fight it out, let's stay out of it and let's deal with the winner. I'm not saying
let's just take our weapons back first. Let them all fight on equal grounds.
Right. I'm not saying that, you know, Israel or Hamas even need to stop what they're doing. I just don't want to be involved or take sides. But if we're going to talk about the Houthis and we're going to talk about ISIS and we're going to talk about Al-Qaeda and Hamas and Hezbollah, and by the way, fuck all of them too, then why don't we ever talk about, not only not talk about what Israel does, but we actively aid them in what they're doing? It seems so. If Trump's not bought and paid for by Israel, that means he has a huge hole in his head for hypocrisy when it comes to Israel and the rest of the world. If he's gimmicked up, if he's blackmailed, then that's different. Then that's, in a weird way, more understandable.
How is it just more understandable because you don't agree with the actions he's doing, but you
right?
You get that.
I want him right. I like Trump. I also like a good story, so I'll go anywhere this takes me. But I want him to succeed, and I don't want him to be a piece of shit. But I also know he's Donald Trump, and Donald Trump can kind of be a piece of shit.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
He became Donald Trump.
People that are still at where you were when I was saying people like you were the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. Now, but I would have never.
He means Italians, by the way. By the way, greatest segment in hot water history. If they had the Guinea and the black guy argue about who's the dumbest motherfucker on earth, I would sit with popcorn and watch that all day.
Treated you like that, even in your ignorance of 9/11.
And now Keanu pulls up. Keanu's got some fucking balls in this segment, by the way.
Yeah.
Keanu pulls up.
Keanu doesn't know that this picture's sitting next to him.
Yeah. Keanu pulls up the Trump and Epstein photo, which, this exists. It's not AI. It's not a creation. That's a real picture. It exists.
11. Why, when someone makes a simple mistake, that you go the fuck off?
Because I've been saying this to her 4 months.
You asked me to find a picture. There they are. And
yeah.
there's many
Okay,
more.
Keanu,
Okay.
how old is Donald Trump in that picture?
I know.
Doesn't matter. How old was Bill Clinton when he probably fucked a teenager?
Yeah, I got bad news for you. Bill and Epstein weren't buddies that made friends after his presidency. It was beforehand. So
yeah, I mean that stink don't wash off, homeboy.
You don't know.
I just said.
Just
I was
like
asking a question.
Can you confirm that he didn't fuck a girl?
That's the end of the clip.
Guy.
That's Larry Baya, by the way, Beyah. Can you confirm? Can you confirm that he didn't fuck a girl? I'm like someone to ask that about me. Can you confirm that he didn't fuck a girl? I fucked a girl. I fucked plenty of girls. Thank you very much. So I watched that last night before bed, and I was like, God damn, Gino. Like, I got to talk to Gino about that one, and I got to be like, dude, you understand, like, it would be very interesting if we found out that Donald Trump was involved in some Epstein shit. Like, that'd be a fascinating thing to talk about.
I certainly wouldn't want to, like, hitch my horse to either side of that. Like, oh, no, he definitely did or he definitely didn't. Because, you don't have any actual information. And with him being president, like you said, he's in the perfect place to cover his own ass. So it really goes either way.
Yeah.
I'd stay back and wait till the smoke clears. Don't call your shot. You're going to look like an ass.
Nova, this is why we have a show that stayed on for so long. He says, Aaron, why are you covering a show that had 8 people watching it live? It's not stupid because look at the conversation it started. Started a greater conversation about Trump. You have to trust that maybe I know what I'm doing after all these years. Bapa Shab says, where'd my Bapa Shab comment going? He says, this is a perfect allegory for American politics. I mean, it is. There's a lot of couples. There's a lot of friend groups. There's a lot of families that have this same issue. And I remember a day when I was younger, even in my 20s, I remember when your differences in politics was something you joked about, was something you made fun of each other for.
Right? When it was like an SNL skit. Now all of a sudden it's all real.
Now everybody is acting like their political position is going to determine U.S. and UN policy for the next 50 years.
People are making too many life-changing decisions based solely on the fact of someone's political takes. Like I don't know if you saw this story or not. There's a lady who quit her job because of her boss. She found out he voted for Donald Trump.
We've got that one coming today. You would know if I had sent you the prep last night.
Yeah,
instead of 20 minutes before the show started.
Yeah, I will be honest. When I was making my coffee, when the text message came across, like that the stuff had been sent, and I was like, oh, I got to go boot up the computer. And I look at that and I'm like, 2 messages, and I look and it says the link for the stream, and then it says under that, then it says the prep sheet, and then oops. I was like, oh, well, fuck me.
My philosophy, better late than never.
That's not bad. I can make it work.
By the way, successful fast yesterday. Went to the gym, came home, had to wait about an hour or so. 16-hour fast. Now I got another 16 hours. I set my alarm. 12:45 will be 16 hours. And it worked very well yesterday. The only thing is when you finally eat after you're done with the fasting,
you feel weird.
You fill up really quick.
Well, yeah, because your body's so used to the emptiness now.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like your stomach shrinks in that short amount of time.
Yeah, and I get sleepy. And I took a 15-minute nap. A little cat nap with Gordy. Gordy and I took a little nap.
That sounds nice.
And that lazy cunt kept sleeping after I woke up and, got moving around the house again, getting my real ID figured out. Now some people were theorizing like, Aaron, doesn't this technically break fasting? I'm going to argue no. Because
it's sparkling water.
It's 10 calories, and the other reason I'm going to say this isn't breaking your fast, it gets your blood pressure and your heart pumping faster. I would argue maybe it burns shit quicker.
It does kind of kickstart your metabolism, and mostly it's water. There's not a whole lot of nutritional value, so I don't think your body's really going to get any fuel out of that. No, right. I don't think it's fat. It's still fast friendly.
So I'm also going to find a study that says what I need this to say.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to accept that as gospel.
And then after that, you should make a Lifetime movie about it called The Fast and the Flabulous.
I'll get right on that. I'll submit it to Sci-Fi for approval. By the way, people in the chat are saying, oh, they're going to divorce over Trump. Guys, no. Married couples fight and they yell. It's just those two do it on, they do it because they do a show together. On mic. You noticed that April and I, when we did shows together, it seemed like we were really jokey and we loved each other and we were really getting along and fantastic. Meanwhile, we were having knockdown, drag out fights because I would say, hey, maybe you should cut out this cocaine bullshit. And then it would be some of the God, if I would have filmed some of those, oh my God, those were explosions. Those were wild. And I had never been to Al-Anon or anything, obviously, so I didn't know how to talk to an addict. Your impulse with someone you love that's addicted, you want to just go, you need to fucking stop. This is enough. Just stop doing it. You don't know to talk to them why do you feel that you do this? What's the problem that I ain't a fucking counselor. That's why they tell you you don't try to fix it. Can't, didn't cause it, can't control it, can't cure it. They're you gotta, if you don't know how to deal with this, you gotta fucking separate yourself and save yourself the stress and anxiety. Not that my hairline would have been forward anymore. I mean, it's completely unrelated. But no, what Gino and Keanu are fighting over in that clip is A, part of a show, and B, a disagreement that I think a lot of couples have nowadays.
Which is just politics or Donald Trump in general?
Yeah, but both. And I'll say that Gino is a passionate guy to begin with. Gino could yell and scream at you and not even think he's upset with you.
Oh, yeah. No, he could do it when he's happy with you.
Yeah. Bapa Shab says, Aaron's Google history. Does Celsius break fasting? You know what? It's not this does Celsius break fasting that bothers me about my Google history. It's that when I write does and then I write the capital C for Celsius, Google autocorrects to cock. That's what upsets me the most.
It's because they listen to you on the phone.
I got to stop saying that word so much.
It's an AI. It's learning. They're like, oh, he's fasting. He's probably cock hungry.
Nova says gas station food doesn't break a fast because it's not really food, right? That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all.
I mean, in a way, we said the Celsius doesn't break the fast because it isn't really food, but I mean, there's slightly more nutrition in like a quick trip cheeseburger than that, and there's a lot more calories.
Baby, tell me Celsius doesn't break my fast. No, I said tell me it doesn't. She won't do it. Let us drink.
A good woman. She doesn't want to lie to you. Uh-huh.
Let us drink, eat, and find an honest man. Ah, there is your Englishman. Brave, honest, naive. Let me ask you something, Loxley. Or no, he wasn't Loxley. Let me ask you something, Longstride. Will God be satisfied with my sacrifice? No, sire, he won't. Why not? The siege of Acre, sire. When you ordered every man, woman, and child put to the sword, I looked in one of the Muslim woman's eyes before my blade descended upon her neck. What I saw in her eyes, it wasn't fear. It was pity. Because she knew in that moment, when you gave the order for our swords to descend upon their heads, that in that moment, we would be godless. Movie?
It's the Robin Hood with Russell Crowe.
Yeah, Ridley Scott's Robin Hood, which is criminally underrated. Criminally underrated. Oh, man. 310 is the number for today. Let's go ahead and drop that under 300. Couple of memberships. Little drop in the PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Go ahead and throw that in. And let's get started here on a wonderful Tuesday morning. Plenty to do today. Speaking of the Epstein stuff, that Gino and Keanu thing was actually a pretty good precursor lead-in to this one, the Virginia Giuffre story. That continues. People were writing me a lot yesterday about the Virginia Giuffre thing, saying that, Aaron, I don't really know if if you're right about the Virginia Giuffre stuff. And look, I don't have a for sure what happened. What I'm sharing with you, like when I don't know shit, I ask people and I listen to them and see what they think. And on the Virginia Giuffre thing, I've heard a lot of people's takes that this Virginia Giuffre was maybe more of the operation than led on, that she was a recruiter. And then I had other people writing in and they were telling me, well, Aaron, no, you see, she was a recruiter, yes, but that's how Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell ran their operation, is they had the girls who were victims then grow up and do recruiting for Epstein Island and whatnot. So I could be wrong, or the people I've listened to could be wrong, but we have now the lawyer for Virginia Giuffre and her father now saying that they want this death looked into because they don't believe that she killed herself. Now, certainly I can believe that. And I think it's very healthy for anyone to take the default position that when someone connected to Epstein dies, that, it's not the way that they're telling us.
No, dude. I don't know why anyone thinks that. Ever since Epstein killed himself, everyone's been asking questions just because there happened to be a perfect window of video outage on one cell specifically. And, yeah, it's just everyone's like, oh, conspiracy. Like, yeah, maybe, or maybe he just realized the light went out and now was the time.
Yeah. I think that with this Virginia Giuffre, I wouldn't doubt the trauma she's been through, all the shit she's been through, if it finally got to be too much for her. And then she was in that car accident recently. Certainly someone like that can be a ticking time bomb. There's no, certainly you wouldn't argue if it turned out that she did kill herself. You'd be like, yeah, I can see why someone would do that. That's a horrific life to live.
Not to really get into the weeds of why, but she's she did seem a bit nutso. So yeah, I'd be like, yeah, that seems all right.
Well, but you can use that either way, because then the people who think she didn't kill herself, they could go like, well, yeah, that's the perfect time to get rid of her then because she looks crazy and all this stuff. So I don't know. Look, the fact of the matter is, the dad and the lawyer are saying we need to investigate this because she didn't seem suicidal. Now, I always kind of poo-poo that excuse because there's a lot of people who take their own life who claim that they're happy or claim that they're not suicidal. Like a great example, Anthony Bourdain.
Yeah, dude, that one shocked a lot of people, including a friend of mine, because nobody saw it coming. They thought he was doing great at the top of the world, like he could do no wrong. And then on top of all of that, he just randomly, no, I'm just not happy with life. Boop, I'm done.
Yeah. I don't. So as far as Virginia Giuffre, did she or didn't she? In the end, does it matter? I will say this. Again, my Trump conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff. All these people seem to get eliminated during the Trump administration.
And I hate that I do this, to back your play on this. She did, she came out, she made, waves and stuff initially. She'd been a lot quieter until Trump got reelected. Then she kind of came back out on stuff saying,
right?
Like she kind of realized, oh crap, I'm in the crosshairs again.
I don't remember who put it in my head that that Trump might be kind of in on covering this stuff up, but I can't shake it now. I can't shake the possibility that too many things are lining up. And I know that I'm probably doing that thing where like you hear a thing, so now everything that's going on surrounding that thing, you're going to make it fit.
Right.
But it kind of makes sense to me. Yeah, see, now there she is. Here's a picture of Virginia Giuffre with Prince Andrew and Ghislaine. And like,
Jesus
that's
Lord.
That's a teenage girl.
Yeah, dude, I'm sorry, but Prince Andrew, you know what the fuck you're doing right there.
Dude, Prince Andrew's a fucking creep. If you've ever watched him have you ever seen that interview where he said he couldn't be guilty of what she accused him of because he can't sweat?
No, that would be a huge medical condition and problem. If
he claims he claims he has it.
Huh. So let me get this straight, because she might have gotten one thing wrong, like the level of perspiration on your skin. That means you couldn't possibly have drilled her in the pooper. Right, yeah, no.
It's here's the clip. This is from, I think, a BBC interview.
About that night, she described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have baths.
By the way, this doesn't look like a supremely uncomfortable man at all.
Oh, yeah. No, he doesn't look like he's shitting his pants as we speak.
Oh, and by the way, if you're wondering whether or not her allegations about Prince Andrew are correct or not, I'm not saying they are or they aren't, but he's been stripped of all titles. He's not part of the royal family anymore. Yeah.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat. Or I didn't sweat at the time.
Oh, now he sweats.
Oh, well, you didn't sweat at the time. So at least we know why you're sweating now.
To quote the warden, Warden Norton from Shawshank, Lord, it's a miracle. Sweat up and vanish like a fart in the wind. Well, maybe she knows something. What do you say there, fussy britches? This guy's unbelievable. I can't sweat. Motherfucker, you've had years to come up with the bullshit line that you're going to use when it comes to...
I used to not be able to sweat.
Hey, I'm joking.
You used to be able to talk.
I did, and now... Oh, my God, the Epstein cartel is taking my life.
This is what happens when you don't floss after you blow it, dude. Those pubes will get you.
It's the pubes that'll get you. So... This motherfucker has had years to come up with why he didn't fuck a teenager. And he came up with, see, that bitch said I was sweating all over. I couldn't sweat then. Can you sweat now? Sure can. I'm sweating right now.
Sweating like a motherfucker. Oh, no reason. No reason.
Probably the lights more than anything else. But yeah, this guy, I couldn't sweat back then. Come on, dude. I remember the old days where the people in the Illuminati and the lizard people class, they used to lie to me better, and I'm disappointed.
It's not that you lied, it's that you didn't try, sir.
And that was, actually, yes. I didn't sweat at the time because I had suffered what I would describe as an overdose of adrenaline in the Falklands War when I was shot at. And I simply, it was almost impossible for me to sweat.
I was in the Falklands War. I got hurt. They gave me adrenaline, and it made me incapable of sweating. So, see, I couldn't have fucked that girl.
That is the worst excuse I've ever heard, because not only does it sound like complete and utter bullshit, if it were true, it just happens to be like, oh, well, no, she's clearly lying because she said something that's almost a little embarrassing about me, and I hate to divulge this shameful secret, but I couldn't possibly have profusely sweated.
But now you say, well, Nova says adrenaline makes you sweat. There you go. Well, and how about this? For those of you who give the Clintons shit for killing people, this is why they kill people. It's a lot less embarrassing than thinking up some bullshit excuse.
Yeah.
Notice Clinton didn't come out and admit the Lewinsky stuff until he absolutely had to. Reason being that they had to exhaust every option on how to murder Monica Lewinsky before he admitted it. He was like, all right, can we kill her this way? And they were basically like, no, there's too many eyes on her. It's going to look suspicious. Don't do it. Just admit she blew you. And he did. But before that, he was running up all the ways they can have her Vince Fostered or Seth Riched. And they couldn't, so they had to admit it. King Kong Dong with $1 says, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. Maybe Trump was pimping on Epstein Island. I don't know. I'm a researcher, and I will go where the facts take me, sir. Tin Man Taylor becoming a member for 21 months says Andrew Huberman did a good episode on fasting. I don't know who Andrew Huberman is. Sam Show sounds untrustworthy, don't you think? We've got Camel Toe with $20. Says, I liked the Gino segment. Oh, thank you, Camel Toe. And if Camel Toe liked it, that's going to drive Klopogram fucking insane. He was bitching. He hated the Epstein stuff. He hated the Gino stuff, all of that stuff. And he was bitching and complaining and whining and everything else. And look, I got the chat talking. I got the people talking. I apologize to you, Klopogram, that you didn't enjoy it. But my job is to get the people talking. And nobody gets them talking quite like the toe. Nova says Camel Toe is Melton's alt account. Well, look, does he owe me royalties? Yes, I've given him a living. And that's my favorite part of this whole Steel Toe beating Melton thing is that
I made the son of a bitch.
Not only did I make the son of a bitch, but I continue to make him. If he stops, goodbye house, goodbye car, goodbye money, goodbye all of it. Unless his Jew wife has a shitload of money, which, possibly.
If Melton doesn't keep doing shows on you, bye-bye puppy playtime.
Goodbye. You can't afford any more puppy costumes. You can't afford any more cream for your face sores. You can't afford the buffets. And as you get deeper into your 50s, you're going to have a lot of medical bills. That morbid obesity, you think it just kills you? Yeah, you think it just kills you young? No, you got a lot of hospital visits before it finally chokes out your last breath. So you got, like I said, you got to keep doing Steel Toe, buddy, because I'm a way bigger draw than you are. You got nothing on your own without me. You need me badly. And I don't want to see that poor wife of yours, who's got to be tormented already, having such a fucking bum, loser, fat cunt for a husband. I don't want to see her out on the streets. So you need to keep doing Steel Toe stuff because I'm the only way you're going to make a dime in this business. So you got to keep doing it because you stopped. What I love is that he's tortured by the fact that if he stops with Steel Toe, it all goes away. I have
Steel Toe.
I have become your sunk cost fallacy. How's it feel? How's it feel to know Aaron was right about absolutely everything? King Kong Dong with $1 says, how many Jews were involved with Epstein? What do you mean how many Jews were involved with Epstein?
All of them.
He was Jew. Like how?
I like how you said like it was a thing. Like they did a song. I am Jew, hear me roar.
Well, I love that he's
I'm keeping score.
He's like, Aaron, come here. In tight, buddy. You think that any Jews were involved with Epstein?
Maybe.
Nah.
The odds are good.
Nah, I got to tell you, it sounds like, what do you call it? Sounds like a Protestant gimmick if I've ever heard one. Nova says, Melton is so fat, his eyes are starting to close one at a time. Oh, boy.
I will say the scariest thing I ever discovered was a picture of him from side view. Was remarkably unsettling.
Or like because he won't show his whole body on camera because he's got the hunchback
from back goiter thing.
You know what that is? That's sitting on a computer all day long and not going outside.
Yep.
You hunch over. Your posture is so bad. He's hunched over like this all the time.
His body has learned to stack the fat there because it's like a shelf.
It's really sad. And I hate to use this term because it's overused. It's very beta posture. It's very scared. When you put your shoulders in like this, that's a very scared, frightened thing. And that's a protective.
Yeah, because you're defending your core. You're bringing it all in.
That's a big core. So he sat like this for so long that he's developed a fucking hump on his back. You mean Pam Dawson? Ain't you that girl who had the big hump on her back? McBuster says Patrick Melton is disgusting inside and out. He has Aaron has a pedo barnacle. I guess the scroll we put up last night got to him, and he was crashing out on Twitter over that. It's too easy. It's really I don't even put effort into it anymore.
What did you put on the scroll last night?
Well, because he was just replaying our show.
Yeah.
So I put on the thing. I said Patrick Melton likes to talk about having with kids.
Right.
Which is a fact.
Yeah.
I have
it's documented.
I have the clips.
It's documented. It's proven.
I have the clips and the video to prove it, and we've played it on this show before. But yes. Nova says, can we get a countdown clock to when Melton has to get his feet cut off from diabetes complications?
Well, they won't go with both. They'll start
Well,
with
it
one.
looks like he's getting the sores, though. Like the sores.
From diabetes?
Yeah, I think those are either diabetic sores. Some people have said monkeypox, and that makes sense. It could be from gay sex because his gay lover, allegedly, he has sores on his face now. He has a sore here, and if he gets more sores, then we're going to know that's from butt fucking each other.
Right. So I'm glad neither one of us has monkeypox.
Wait, what? you said it was a platonic camping trip, and I just had too much to drink.
Oh, take a couple of these. You had a wily night, my friend.
I don't know why you did it in an Irish accent too. That always. I am the Candyman, Hassan Piker. I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house. You mean in the ring? No, in real life. By the way, speaking of influencer boxing, that Creator Clash, that thing iDubbbz puts on every year.
Yeah.
So they're doing the third one. Ticket sales are in the shitter because iDubbbz is a fucking cunt who's a traitor to everything he ever believed in. And that Ethan Klein content cop thing, which wasn't a content cop, it was a seethe session by iDubbbz. He and his cunt wife are putting on this boxing event. And it's not selling at all. And now Harley Mornstein from Epic Mealtime, who's fought in the first two Creator Clashes.
Yeah.
He's out. No explanation. He just tweeted yesterday, I'm not boxing at Creator Clash. And then on his Discord, iDubbbz said, we're not discussing Creator Clash 3 at this time. So they've lost Harley, who Harley's been ride or die. When iDubbbz was embarrassing himself with those Sam Hyde bans and not letting Sam Hyde go to the event and this and that, Harley got his back. When he banned Froggy Fresh from the last one because Froggy wanted to go train with Sam, he kicked Froggy Fresh off the card. Harley stood up for iDubbbz. Harley defended the event. He kept promoting the event. He was part of it. And now he's out. I don't know why he's out. I'm not sure. But Harley's out of Creator Clash.
Well, knowing absolutely nothing about it, my guess would be money.
Maybe.
I mean, if you're defending this person to this level, you're either doing it because you care about and respect that person and believe them and support them, or they're paying you, or both.
Yeah.
And so if you're not doing that anymore, either you've lost respect for the person, which I can't see what they've done to get that. So yeah, I'd say money. If the thing's been falling off,
might be a money issue because I don't think anybody's made. I don't think anybody's made any controversial comments about it or anything. Veldrain with $1 says not to be able to sweat is a genetic disorder, and it is severe with other genetic defects, including pale, thin hair and conical teeth. Yeah, I don't think that you temporarily lose the ability to sweat.
Right. And it just, I temporarily lost the ability to sweat. So now not only is her story inaccurate, but it makes me look good in any other sense. Like, he doesn't sweat profusely. Like I said, it's a weird, patting yourself on the back while going, I didn't do anything. Fuck off.
Someone sending me an email. Breaking news. Aaron about to marry Melton's future widow. No, I wouldn't put that poor girl through that. She's been through enough in this lifetime with the embarrassing being a beard for a giant hunchback, diabetic, face sword homosexual who talks about, you know what with kids. I wouldn't put her through future embarrassment. She deserves a better life. So, if the obesity takes him sooner rather than later, she can have a chance at being happy someday. And I'm rooting for her.
That poor woman's had enough.
She's had enough. King Kong Dong with $1 says Melton will imagine being the wife of someone who's got to have a whole multi-day event just so they can see about the guy that they can't make $1 without. That's punishment enough. That's embarrassing. King Kong Dong with $1 says Melton will eventually be that fat fuck that Johnny covers, fat streamer from his bed who is buying women to sleep with him. Melton will just buy kids instead. Baba Shop says Aaron lost the ability to not sweat profusely. Again, these are all rumors. I cannot disavow them enough. I don't know what he's talking about. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. 285 away from today. This is what the leaderboard looks like. Redbird in first with 116. Orange Boy in second with a hundo. Gray Duckling in third with 55. And Brian M. in fourth with $40. So thank you. And Miss Tay and Camel Toe and all those. Jesse Reynolds, a lot of them coming up in that top four as well. Thank you very much. Deutsch Shed says the things that poor woman has witnessed. Yeah, like you understand now why I wouldn't put her through that. I mean, would it be the first time she's probably been with someone who can see their penis? Yes. But that doesn't mean that that's a good thing for her. That's not okay. All right, let's go ahead and continue on here. We've got Kloppo triggered as fuck. I don't want to upset him any further. You can always tell whose side everyone's secretly on by when we're beating the shit out of people and they get mad. It's like, come on, dude. We're being so snarky about it. Relax a little bit. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Sam Show says 285. Is that the high score? Good job. Well, we're still on track for right now.
Yeah.
We're still on track. So everybody throw in those 5s, 10s, gift those memberships. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. So this 100 men versus a gorilla thing.
Are they selling tickets? I want to go.
What the fuck? So this became a thing on Twitter, on Instagram, social media. This became a thing on everything. People were discussing, could 100 men... Now, the person who put the idea forward didn't say men. He said, I think 100 could beat one gorilla. Now, I will save the jokes for Sam Show. Sam Show saying, what's the difference, for example? But it is an interesting thought until you think about what 100 people looks like. This is kind of, I think this is going out there because have you seen these like TikToks or these Facebook reels where they do these animations of like, what if 1,000 Jedi went against 1 million Roman centurions or some stupid shit, and they show the battle, right? One gorilla versus 100 human beings, and I'll be very honest with you, if 100 people couldn't overwhelm a silverback gorilla, we're not the species we thought we were.
Well, I mean, you got it. There's a couple questions. Are the people armed at all? Because the gorilla has a massive amount of strength and its bone density. Like, it can just swing its arms and knock a motherfucker unconscious.
But 100, you rush him. You surround him 25 on each side.
Right, but he just has to do a little spinneroonie with his arms out and just, well, bam. Just like a whole circle of dudes laying down.
Booker T spinneroonie? Like he's got to spin around and land on his feet? Yeah. I don't know. I don't think this. I think if you went like 20 men versus one gorilla, what would the result be? That would be a little closer. But 100 is a comical amount of people. I mean, there's certain cases where you can just overwhelm something with numbers. Right? And I mean,
I don't know if they can do enough damage to the gorilla. Like bare-fisted.
Couldn't you just hold him down? Well, I will say, I have been working on this theory, and I've stated it multiple times on this show. You just start jamming things up anything's ass, and it'll surrender. So maybe that's the thing. You just...
You know what? You're right. If you have 100 of them, they could get them. They could all swarm them.
Right.
They could get them to the ground.
All right. I have a secret weapon. You're skeptical. You think the gorilla might have a chance against 100 people. Let me see if I can sway you a little bit. Ready?
All right, go.
Okay, it's one gorilla versus 100 Derek Chauvins.
That gorilla's going down.
That gorilla's getting his neck knelt the fuck out of. That's their secret move. 100 Chauvin, 1 gorilla. People are debating this.
I know. This is hilarious.
People were looking it up on Grok and shit like that. No human is doing meaningful damage to an adult gorilla with their bare hands. They will be swatted aside like flies or quite literally torn limb from limb.
Yep.
The difference in strength is such that no amount of skill or numbers would make any difference.
Weapons are the only thing that'll change it. You need an edge or a bladed weapon and a.
What about the weight? How much does it? Hold on. Now I'm being swayed.
How much do 100 hot, sweaty guys weigh? I'm just taking. Oh, facts I didn't need to know.
That's not what I'm looking up. I'm looking up how much does a silverback gorilla weigh?
Oh.
300 to 430 pounds. Come on. If we got 100, 200-pound guys versus a gorilla, they can overwhelm the gorilla and at the very least restrain him. If not, break his arms.
Definitely give him a prostate exam.
Thumb his asshole. Rip his dick off, you know.
Oh.
I took away his weapons. Both of them. Or, you know, you get 100 men and they're like, you don't get it, son. This isn't a jungle. It's an operating table. And I'm the surgeon. And then just break the gorilla's arms and legs one at a time.
You think you're going to put 100 men against my gorilla? You better remember one thing.
What's that?
A good supply of body bags.
Delco Lou with $1 says, is this a battle royal / Royal Rumble style of match, or is it one-on-one?
Yeah, one-on-one, the gorilla's winning all day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's got to be Royal Rumble.
Look, I'm not disrespecting a gorilla's stamina. I think they could beat 100 humans one by one.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about rush them, you know? You know, we get 100 of those kids at the mall. You know what I mean? Like the ones that are always, the black kids that are always storming
the food. Pop it off. Yeah, but this time it's an actual fucking gorilla. That's why we need everybody.
Yeah, get 100 of the black kids at the mall because they're like trained experts in that sort of warfare. Get 100 of the kids at the mall and just have them keep kicking the gorilla every time he goes down, just stomp on his head. But there's got to be one. It's going to be 99 to 1 because one of the black kids has to stay back and film it.
Right.
It's very important.
He's called in at the as a last resort. If the tide really starts turning for the gorilla, he might drop the phone.
If you need your black camera kid from the mall group, you're already fucked. Let's be honest. It's over.
All I'm saying is this new Mallrats movie sounds interesting.
It sounds really lit, right? 191 Redbird with $1 says, you've never been within arm's reach of an animal that can move 2,000 pounds plus, have you? Eddie Hall and I, we hang out regularly. I don't know what the fuck you're on about. Thank you, Brian M, for $10. I appreciate that. That puts Brian M $5 behind old Gray Duckling. $10 from Brian M says, even if 10 of those men pin the gorilla, the other 90 would crush the 10 men with their weight alone. Oh, shit. We're getting deep, man.
We're really splitting hairs on who could fuck up this gorilla.
This is why you see, like, we went into this and we were like, this is retarded. Why did this become a viral discussion?
I don't know, something about bringing up gorilla facts, because one guy started talking about King Kong's ability to fill an ocean liner with jizz, and then just changed everything.
What?
The entire show. Yeah, King Kong Dong came into my show one day, unprovoked, unasked, uninstigated. Just want to be like, hey guys, just so you know, if he were real and were to ejaculate, he gave us like the exact amount of like so many freaking thousands of liters of jizz that he would produce in a single go. And it's like, I don't think anybody cared or wanted to know that. And it just kind of, the whole chat of my entire show just completely sidetracked into that. And
the fact that
bringing up gorilla facts really just skews everything.
The fact that that's known means somebody had to not look it up. They had to.
I don't want to think about that person.
No.
Aaron.
They had to create. They had to create the equation that told us, because King Kong never jizzed in the movies.
Right. So they had to go with some sort of fact that some scientist gathered about how many teaspoons a actual gorilla produces in a day. And
I only know one thing about King Kong, other than the movies. I only know one extracurricular thing of his.
What's that?
I know that he has a lot of hobbies. One in particular that he loves to exercise.
I've seen the movies.
He loves playing table tennis.
Oh, dude, they didn't show that in the movies. That would have been awesome.
It was a deleted scene. They were going to do a crossover with Forrest Gump at one point. Remember when Forrest Gump went to China to play ping pong?
Yeah.
For the U.S. ping pong team?
Yeah.
King Kong was an alternate on that squad.
Crazy.
Yeah. So when Forrest Gump went to Hong Kong to be in that tournament, King Kong was supposed to be with him, and he had to drop out at the last minute because of capacity on the ship, the loads. They were worried about the jizz loads sinking the ship.
Oh.
So we were very close to having King Kong go to Hong Kong. The only thing is when he plays table tennis, they can't find a paddle big enough for him. There's only one thing that works for him.
What does he use? A building? A tree?
His genitals.
So you're saying,
yeah,
Forrest Gump, they nearly had a scene where King Kong, went to Hong Kong,
correct,
just to play ping pong with his ding dong.
Ding dong, yes, it is correct. To quote,
I love this fucking show.
To the rest of you, to quote P. Diddy and Nas, "You can hate me now, but I won't stop now, because I can't stop now. You should hate me now." Fuck you, dude, with $2 says, look up gorilla videos. They are insanely strong, like lift a person like they are paper strong. Lab Glass with $2 says, is the gorilla horny?
Because then he has a weapon.
That is important.
Yeah, because I feel like 100 dudes, no matter how brave they are, if the gorilla just bends one over and just starts treating him like an F-doll, like the other dudes immediately stop for a second, like, wait a minute. How close am I to getting anally penetrated by a gorilla?
Nova is so badly outnumbered in the chat. Nova goes, this show is pointless to watch any further. Bye-bye. And then immediately after him, Chips and Diff, I miss this bit. It's been forever. King Kong Dong, I love this bit. Give me tips. Fuck, I hate you. Landers, hate is such a strong word. This is when the new school runs into the old school and realizes they still got some fucking learning to do, boy. Let me tell you. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. $275 away from today. We are $45 away from my favorite time of the show. And remember, all your donations today are for the Clits and Calamari food truck. We're trying to harvest as many clits as we can. And by the way, I do want to point this out, because people do worry about how we get the clitori. They're all ethically sourced. They're all donated. None of them, we don't hassle anyone. We also don't engage in the Somalian clit exchange with the De Beers Company.
All of our clits are free range.
Yeah, free range clits. White. So you know, suburban. Good diet. Older husbands, so you know they didn't get touched very often. Limited use clitori. And that's how we deliver a superior product to our clientele. So all of your contributions today go towards the Clit and Calamari food truck. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, let's get this lore straight. Aaron made Nick his bottom because he would overpower him. But while camping, Johnny dominates Aaron. Aaron's move is to thumb a butt, so Johnny is quicker on the butt thumb. You know, I never should have encouraged fan fiction on this program because it's really starting to get out of hand.
Yeah, it's getting out of hand.
It's getting out of hand. Redbird with $1 says, idiots like you that have zero experience with big animals think they could win. I didn't say I... When did I say I
could win? He thought 100 people could overpower a gorilla.
A gorilla would rip me in half. With his dick, I would not stand a chance against a gorilla. I'm not one of these guys who is like, I would go, and then I block the gorilla like, and then I go, no, not a chance. Someone did say we should look up the strength of a gorilla, though.
Dude, gorillas are insanely strong. Because again, they have that big body mass, and all they do all day is just sleep and then vigorously exercise, because it takes a lot of work for them to do everything else they do. So they're natural. They're working out 24/7. They're just ripped.
Oh, wow. We have a gorilla charging at a zoo barrier and breaking the glass. All right. Let's take a look-see.
Isn't it great to be inside? He's like,
Justice for George Floyd!
Oh, man.
He did go after white kids. There's I don't like to get political on this show, so I'm sorry for showing that video.
Well, I don't mean to be mean. I don't think that's fair to the gorilla. Were there any other kids there? I feel like the other ones maybe were just less privileged. They couldn't go.
They go to the free zoo.
Oh.
Yeah. I took the kids to the free zoo once.
Mm-hmm.
It was like some of the exhibits were the saddest things. Like there was a polar bear exhibit, and they weren't in the water. They were just where you go around the water part and you go into the little cave that they live in.
Yeah.
And the polar bear was just sitting there on his side, and his old gorilla or his old polar bear balls were just out and just flopped onto the concrete. So it's just this white, majestic creature, and he's just lying there as though he were dead. And his it was such an I give up pose. It's just
sunning his balls,
laying there with his balls just out. It was sad. Like at the pay zoo, like they can afford tasers, so they like shock the things into moving around and riding unicycles and shit. But at the free zoo, they're just like, well, we ripped them from their home and families. Here you go. Here's some fish every once in a while.
We stuck them in a concrete cell, but it kind of looks nice.
Yeah, we give them dirty water to swim in. Bare minimum kind of shit. Ryobi with $2 says Clit and calamari or Clinton calamari. Clit and calamari, and we spell it with a K to be cute. Royston with $2 says the 100 men could bukkake the gorilla and blind it. Yeah, you could make him look like he has conjunctivitis. Could glaze him. Although you'd have to find 100 men with the best aim. We'd need men who have a particular set of skills.
And just don't look up frosted gorilla in Urban Dictionary.
No. Approachable says your description of that polar bear sounds exactly like you at the beach last summer. That's not true. That's not. You can't have your balls out at the zoo. Some people learn the easy way. Some people learn the hard way. You don't take your balls out at the beach or the zoo, really. So it sounds like the debate of the 100 people against the gorilla is, oddly enough, leaning towards the gorilla. But I think if it's all 100 at once versus the one gorilla, I think they can at least force a draw.
I think as a man of science, we should test this theory. Let's find 100 volunteers and one good goddamn gorilla.
We'll find 100 volunteers and we'll tell them that they're all going to a Bonnie Blue event.
Yeah, but now we're going to have 100 mows.
Oh, no. I was figuring
I'll
mostly.
I'll
figuring mostly black.
Gorilla.
Why would gay guys go to a...
I don't know. I just wanted to fucking make it weird. I don't know.
It would clearly be black men.
Well, as we've learned from the rap game, I guess I'm on point.
Chip Galloway becoming a member for 10 months says 1 gorilla versus 1,000 Johnnies. Your thoughts? That is a gorilla.
Dude, that gorilla's winning in record time.
Dude, we would have to
even run away.
We would have to get that gorilla a refrigerator for all his leftovers because he's eaten for a while on 1,000 Johnnies.
It'd be a brilliant, majestic charge. 100 dudes in wheelchairs rolling as fast as they can until each one of them gets stopped by a fucking divot or pothole and they flip themselves right out of the chair. And then the gorilla laughingly just comes up and fucking dick slaps them all to death. No.
You've seen you've seen like chicken legs, right? Like a chicken that you eat a chicken leg, right?
Yeah.
A Johnny leg kind of looks like an unrolled fruit by the foot. A gorilla takes a Johnny leg and he's like, the fuck is this? What is a water wiggle? I don't know. Is this a fun noodle? Do I use it in the pool? How do I? It's very sinewy. It's not very.
I swing it in a circle fast enough, does it make a noise?
There's a lot of tendons in this thing. By the way, I never know when Buzamak is watching. I was going to take this and pretend it was a chicken leg and pantomime eating it. No fucking way am I putting a cylindrical black object near my mouth when I know that Buzamak is watching. Royston S. Bailey with $2 says Bukkake for Harambe. Hasn't the poor guy been through enough? Let him have his rest. 265 away from today. Go ahead and throw. You guys are doing it $2 and $5 at a time. I like that. I mean, look, I'm not sitting here trying to prevent this show from getting 10 gifted memberships or a $50 drop, but I'm just saying you guys are doing wonderful. Thank you very much. 265 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. If we make it perfect this week, it would be 11 out of 12. It would also be 4 weeks of beg-free steel toe. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Do you think any part of this audience wants to take its sexism for a spin?
Oh, God, yes. If not, I do.
Okay. Answering for them. Answering
well,
for them.
That's all I care about, so yeah.
So we're getting an update on this Black Hawk helicopter pilot and the one that crashed into that big old jet airliner in Washington, D.C. It was bad enough. Like, remember, that's the thing that caused, like, Donald Trump to go after retards?
Yep.
Like, literally mentally retarded people. Like, Donald Trump's like, hey, they are allowed to have mental retards as flight traffic controllers. There was a female pilot, gun drawn, doggo doesn't die. But the jet airliner, that was a different story altogether. So this woman, they're finding out as they investigate this crash. If you wanted to make that, you couldn't make up a story that made this worse for like women or DEI or a non-man ruled world. Because they're now doing the investigation to find out what happened with this Black Hawk helicopter crash. And they're finding out that not only was there a female pilot, but there was a male co-pilot who advised her to change course and was warning her about the jet that was in their path. And she ignored her male co-pilot's warnings.
Don't mansplain to me. I can do it myself.
But kind of.
We're going to go down.
I know you're being silly, but you're not being wrong. That's
probably what happened.
By the way, I have to ask you before we delve deeper into this story, why do you have Joker hair this morning?
Because the green screen's got my lights messed up.
Oh, okay. Because I've been looking, and I know you didn't dye it. I know it's something technical.
Yeah, no, and the lights are bouncing off the green screen.
Okay.
My legs are spazzy. I turned around to fix the lights, and now I'm spazzing out of my chair.
Okay. I like your background.
Yeah, actually, we got that for you a long time ago.
Well, thank you. Veldrain with $1 says, one gorilla versus one Milo Yiannopoulos. Milo has a lot of experience in dealing with things that are large and black. Dude, that was a long way to go for a Milo black dick sodomy joke. I mean, not that I don't applaud you for the effort. That was a hell of a reach. But Jesus. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, let's get more lore straight. Johnny is going to play golf with Aaron, but Johnny can't be stopped by the smallest divots. But Aaron has been banned from most courses for his divot game. This just isn't true.
Besides, that's not... If I do the golf thing, I'm going to be using a cart. Those things will roll over divots like nobody's business.
We're going to get back into this Black Hawk story, but Hobo with a golden line. Can I tell you my thoughts on Hobo chili recipe? Hobo chili recipe is what I call a 1 in 8 genius. Hobo throws a shitload of stuff at the wall. Most of it sucks. Most of it's not good. But the one he hits in 8 is, to me, drop dead hilarious. And I love it. And I can, it makes me more comfortable with Hobo now that I've gotten to know his approach. So I can ignore 7 things and be like, do I need to get rid of this motherfucker? He's terrible. But I know I don't have to do that because I know that the next one is going to be fire.
Number 8's in the fucking pipe, guys.
It's coming, and it's going to be great. Hobo throws, he doesn't give up. I like that. Hobo says, so moral of the story, women be shopping. It's not what we were trying to say, but...
well, you're right.
It's the January helicopter crash that killed 64 people including 12 children. Now, I don't like it when people, this is Savannah Hernandez. I don't like it when people do that part. It's like, okay, this is sad and fucking depressing enough. You don't need to specify. Like, I'm assuming some of the victims in the plane crash were children. I don't need to be extra bummed out. Thank you. You ever notice that some people like get off on that, like giving you bad news?
Yeah.
And it's like, why do you want to make people feel bad? Like, why does that make you excited?
Because then you're finally living in my world. Life is pain. Like, I don't want to live in your world. Sucks.
Yeah. Turns out the female pilot who was flying was given multiple warnings and was directly told by her male instructor / co-pilot to turn the opposite direction of the passenger jet to avoid a direct collision. She ignored him and flew straight into it. This to me is a microcosm for the I don't need no man movement. This is every single mom who's been like, I don't need no man. Like, oh yeah? How's your life going? And then you just show like a video of the Black Hawk and plane explosion. You're like, how it started. I don't need no man. How it ended. Everyone dead in the Potomac.
I just want the video of the helicopter heading towards the plane and the music, I'm every woman. I'm every woman.
As the plane flies into each other, I am woman, hear me roar. And I'm...
I don't need to be mansplained no more. Oh.
I'm a bitch. I'm a... Just,
These boots were made for walking. Oh.
Did you know Natalie Wood's boots were made for walking? They were made of concrete. Christopher.
I did not know that.
Christopher. Robert Wagner and Christopher Walken, right? On the boat with Natalie Wood and the concrete shoes. She sank to the bottom. Don't do that. Don't do that. Just nothing but women empowerment songs in the video of the explosion. That would bring me great
joy. Perfectly.
All my single ladies, all my single ladies, all my women who independent fly at that airline jet. Oh. It was an American tragedy over the Potomac. 191 Redbird with $1 says, don't forget the plane that flipped in Canada because of a DEI pilot that was forced through school to make quota. Well, they saw the work he did in Nigeria making that homemade helicopter, and they thought, we've got to get him in here. You see, you take a lawnmower engine and ceiling fan blades, and we can achieve flight together. And then after that, 100
space, we have a washing machine. Oh no,
we have a serpentine belt from a dryer. We have a lawnmower engine. We have a lawn chair, and we have a ceiling fan. With this, we will achieve helicopter flight. We have an erector set for the supports, and we will be okay. And then after we achieve flight, me and 100 of my friends will take our helicopters deep within the jungle and fight a gorilla and bring back his skins. Rexstart parody account. I came in like a wrecking ball. And you're gonna hear me roar. Bob.
Oh no.
My milkshake brings all the planes to the yard, and they're like, what the fuck are you doing? Turn left. Let's go to Bapa Shab. He says, hey, there's a plane right there. Could you not fly into it like a dumb bitch? Flies directly into it and dies.
Well, we're being overly hard on this lady. I mean, after all, she was only in the sky. She didn't have a lot of room to work with.
Mr. Approachable. I'm getting drunk on a plane. Got this Black Hawk helicopter rocking like a G6. Renegger. I blew up like a fire. Or no, I'm doing the wrong song. Fuck. How does firework go? Oh, I blew up like a firework. Baby, my co-pilot's a jerk. He tells me to go left. This will lead to everyone's death. Crashed into a plane and I liked it. The plane went into the Potomac. Renegger says you killed my joke. I know, it still worked. It was fine. Worked just fine. Would you says, why didn't the instructor take control of the craft from his position? Because he didn't want to be sexist. You don't want to be hateful. Rather,
Darling, mansplain to me. I am not listening. I'm going to crash because I don't want to go home.
Sorry.
Veldrain with $1 says, one strength men have is spatial logic, more than enough to know a helicopter or an airplane cannot occupy the same spot. I hear you sitting next to me telling me to go left, and I'm like, fuck you. I guess the plane that I'm hitting was full of children, and I'm like, fuck you, and fuck them too.
Oh, Lord. What did the kids do?
Oh. Das Optic Nerve after the plane crash. It's a raining man.
Hallelujah.
$5 from Dr. Silverwolf says, dumb bitch in the sky. She can crash twice as high. Take a look. It's in a book. The non-reading DEI rainbow. The end doesn't work. The end's not fit.
You're stretching it a bit much. I like where it was. It was 90% perfect.
We have Weird Al levels of consistency we need from this thing. 260 away from today. Only $30 away from my favorite part of the show. 260. Everything you throw in today is for Klitz and Calamari food truck. We appreciate it. Eating clams. Don't forget Shania Twain. Man, I feel like a nosedive. You know what? Actually, we found this woman. Let me just bring it up here. We actually have a video of her.
Okay.
Talking about what she would do if she were to get control of an aircraft. You probably haven't seen this before.
Well, I hope she didn't elicit that she would do exactly what happened, because then somebody's an idiot for putting her in that aircraft.
Well, this again. This is what this woman said she would do if, again, she was given control of an airplane. This is from her interview.
Well, no, Hulk Hogan.
I need to find the.
Then you.
Where's the fucking.
Hulk Hogan, try and comfort. Do you, Hulk Hogan?
Where's the fucking.
Has by conventional means.
What the fuck? Where's the goddamn fucking. What the.
Are we watching?
Do you, Hulk Hogan?
You know what? I need to remember the timestamp on this fucking promo.
Hulk Hogan. Or do you?
That is a terrible idea.
Like a horrible choice.
By the way, in that promo, I don't know if you can tell based on how many times he said it, but Ultimate Warrior is talking to Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, he's pretty upset with Hulk Hogan, it seems like. He's
mad at him. Lander says, this feels like a sketchy gay porn. A little bit. Gray Duckling with $2 says, don't worry, I'm watching. All right, well, we're 260 away from today's goal. So you guys, I say throw $30 in and get us right to our favorite spot and drive Gray Duckling nuts, because he is going to love it when we get another $30 into today's goal. It's perfect. So yes, this woman apparently was warned multiple times by, she was flying that fateful night as a part of an annual flight evaluation that included the use of night vision goggles. Okay, can I actually put this on the military a little bit then too? Why are we giving people flight evaluation training tests in the middle of like a busy metropolitan area near an airport?
Well, because that's where most of like the helicopters and stuff usually typically most airports have like a part of the airport that's for the military.
I understand. But at the same time, maybe we take this to a more secluded area because let's just say, and I know this sounds crazy, but let's say you have a pilot who's a really dumb lady who doesn't listen to anybody and she ends up crashing into a plane and killing a bunch of people.
What woman would do that?
Good point. Her co-pilot, Chief Warrant Officer 2, Andrew Lloyd Eves, warned her 15 seconds before the collision that she needed to turn. And she don't need no man. So she just went for it. Also, it's really sad that Andrew Lloyd Eves was the person warning her because a woman may have listened if it was Andrew Lloyd Webber. He could have made a catchy show tune about it.
I know one thing's for certain. She definitely wouldn't have listened to Andrew Tate.
No, but Andrew Tate would have probably thrown her out the window and taken the controls.
So again, is he a misogynist or a lifesaver? Fucking think about it.
Andrew Tate would be like, you need to make a turn here. She would be like, I'm not going to. And he would said, what? I'm not gay. What? I didn't say you were. And throws her out the plane. I imagine Andrew Tate sees things much like Bobby Boucher. People's face turn into his father yelling the gay F word at him. And then he just yelled.
What's your body count? It's not getting higher.
I don't like to fuck men in the ass. I didn't say
I
you
like
did.
them to fuck me. Whoa, buddy.
Andrew, I didn't say you did. I will kick you. All right. No offense. Kicking is the way of the gay man. Just going to tell you. Leah gifting a membership to Das Optic Nerve. Now, Leah did say she wanted to start a membership gift chain today. She said that during the evening show. So, okay. Das Optic Nerve, you're on the clock. Go ahead and throw one out there as well. And we can get that chain going today. $255. We're now $25 away from Gray Duckling's favorite part of the show. So let's get to that, and he can be happy. We can be happy. Everyone can be happy with Gray Duckling's favorite part of Steel Toe. Very, very happy about how things are developing today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. All right, well, moving on from the lovely and talented pilot who was gone too soon. Now we have the woman who's living in her car talking about, this lady. Johnny mentioned her earlier.
Yeah, I've seen this chick.
Now, I'm not going to bust on anybody for living in their car. Housing prices are incredibly high. If you're a young person, you can be working a full-time job. You still can't afford a mortgage. I get it. Yeah. I understand. Now, are there shitholes you can rent everywhere? Yeah, I'm sure there's shitholes you can rent everywhere. But who wants to throw hundreds, if not over $1,000 a month to live in a shithole when you could live in your car, take showers places, and maybe struggle that way while you save up money? I get it. I understand. It sucks. It's terrible. But I get it. So I'm not shaming this woman for living in her car. What I am shaming her for is being a retard. And now, do we know, is she millennial or is she Gen Z?
Oh, God, I hope she's Gen Z.
Okay, because she
I
looks...
like to think Gen Z with the age.
She looks
like
borderline.
She looks.
Basically, if you're under 30, you're Gen Z.
Yeah, no, then I'm definitely saying Gen Z. She's definitely under 30.
So...
Definitely under 30.
So this woman lives in her car, so you assume needs every paycheck she can get.
Yeah.
Every ounce of income she can grab. Oh God, I've got Doom loving Steel Toe now because we talked about that Karmic X guy.
Mm-hmm.
Doom says if the story isn't about Karmic X, Z's. I have to admit, Doom, we have made a prideful point on this show the last 5 years of not attracting people like you with wanting nothing but Karmic X stuff. So I'm sorry, no Karmic X today. I apologize. Ryan the Garbage Man being gifted a membership by Das Optic Nerve. So Ryan the Garbage Man, you are now on the clock for gifting a Rumble membership. And we're $250 away from today. Shadeur Sanders with $1. says, do fat people qualify under DEI? Maybe you can use your double chin and ability to face fuck a quick trip like U.S. soldiers around Vietnamese child snatch for good.
Oh, my God.
By the way, is anyone debating whether or not Shadeur Sanders on PayPal is hobo chili recipe?
It seems like a good fit. If it's not hobo chili recipe, the impersonation is amazing.
That seemed like a hobo line, to be honest with you. $250 away from today. We're $20 away from our absolute favorite part of the show. Thank you. So this woman is homeless. She lives in her car. She had a job, and she found out her boss is a Trump supporter. So she did the reasonable thing. She just didn't talk politics at work. She cashed her paycheck. She took her money. She was grateful to be employed, and she went about her business.
Makes sense.
I'm just fucking with you. She quit her job. Let's go ahead and listen. Let's hear her out because, you know, I hear from people that these can be very traumatic things. Finding out your boss doesn't think exactly how you do about everything. These very upsetting times.
You want to know how against Trump I am?
No. Are we done?
Every time I hear her say that, she seems drunk.
You want to hear how against Trump I am?
Nobody gives a shit.
Not really in the least. I can take an educated guess and say quite a bunch, maybe.
I got a fucking job, living in my car.
Oh, no. Oh, no. No.
What do you mean, no?
No.
No what?
Am I looking at what I think I'm looking at? No.
That's her car and all of her stuff.
I don't mind if this woman lives in her car by herself and just fucks up her life and quits her job. But is that a child's booster seat in the back seat?
No, I don't think so. I think you're seeing things. That looks like a phone holder at the bottom there, and that's a sun visor that's folded up, accordion style in the back. That silvery thing with the black in the back.
Because this looks like a clasp. This looks like the booster seat.
Yeah, I can get where you're seeing it, but no, that's your brain taking a whole bunch of shit put together and making sense of the image. Because rationally speaking, it makes no sense otherwise.
I'm seeing armrest, latch, booster seat.
Yeah, I get where you're seeing that, but no, it's there's a if you pay attention to the silver part at the very top left here in the middle of the back there, that's a sun blind. I actually have one like that.
Okay.
And then and then that black thing is a clasp. Hold on a second. I got one of those too.
Thank God. Okay. I was worried that this woman had children. Okay. Continue on. Please, lady, we're very excited to hear how against Donald Trump you are.
Fucking job, living in my car. Okay, no address, bitch. All right.
It's not a brag. That's not.
Woot.
Like, yeah, that's
Look
not
at you sticking it to the man.
No address, bitch, because that's how they get you. Well, you're not going to get a real ID with that kind of attitude. I can tell you that right now.
Found out that my fucking employer voted for Trump, and guess who quit? I did.
You should zoom in on your face more. It makes your eyes pop. And we can see the crazy. I got bad news for you, honey. Most bosses voted for Trump. If your boss is a business owner of any kind, he probably votes Republican. I'm sorry, but that's just unless you're working for a tech startup that doesn't have to turn a profit yet, you're probably working for a Republican.
But that's why I said this chick's like 20 or more, like in the 20-year-old range. This is someone who's clearly never had to like live on their own for a sustained period of time where they realize, you know what, regardless of what that person thinks or who they voted for, the outcome of the election's already decided. And if that one person had voted the other way, would have changed nothing. So how about I just shut up and fucking pay my bills?
Well, and you know, I will say this. I'm going to give her credit for something. She lives in her car, and at least we know she's being responsible with her finances. We know she's not spending a shitload of money at Ulta. And I think that's important because there are some people, they live in their car and they've got the nicest, fanciest phone, you know. They've got...
Well, I don't know what phone she has.
Their makeup is done to the nines, you know. They're eating good in the neighborhood, but they're living in their car. It's just really financially wasteful. It's good to know that this woman isn't spending a lot on things like eyeshadow, things like foundation, blush. I like that she's going au naturel.
dry use shampoo.
Right.
I did. And then, okay, had this fucking guy, like, all interested in me because I'm hot and young. Okay.
You know, I try to teach you guys this fucking word, and you guys never learn it, and I don't see anybody use it. And before I die, I'm going to get people to learn the meaning of this word. Ma'am, please. The word is allegedly. Allegedly. God damn it.
Like, all
He likes me because I'm
interested in
hot and I'm young and I'm sexy. I'm just sexy.
Oh my God, you're right. There is a lot of those vibes. I'm just sexy. This guy was looking at me because I'm sexy. That's true. She would come home from like the grocery store. She would tell those stories on the show. She's like, some guy was like walking up to me and he was like, he wanted to hit on me or something. I'm like, he could have been walking to his car.
He offered me a place to stay, not because I'm living out of my car and he felt bad, but because I'm young and I'm hot and I'm sexy.
He asked me if I wanted to be on his podcast. It was something called like Sit Down Zumach or something like that. He called himself a mud shark. And as a fellow mud shark, I thought about maybe going to his house until I found out what that meant for him.
We could trade numbers.
He wouldn't stop talking about Kevin Brennan. It was weird.
Because I'm hot and young. Okay, cool. And was like, I have this fucking room that you can stay in for a fucking cheaper rate, blah, 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 blah. Found out he was a fucking Trumpy. And guess who decided to stay in her fucking car? Me.
Wait, so you're saying if you would have voted for Kamala, you would have blown this stranger and slept in his house?
Again, I don't know who's winning more here, you or him.
I know. I think that guy might have, like, so is the dick like this close to her face? And she goes, wait a minute. Who you vote for?
I'd like to think, too, when she doesn't get the answer, she's very professional, very respectful about it. She's like, and put it back and zip. This is because of your choices. And she gets up and leaves.
Her apparently living in her car is a giant own to everybody else.
Right? There's a dude who offered you a place to stay because you're young and you're hot and blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah, I'm sure that's totally exactly how the offer was made. It's in no way. I 100% don't believe that there was a guy that's like, oh, you're living in your car? That's kind of shitty. Well, how about like a place? You could stay at my place. I got an extra room. You can crash there.
Yeah.
It'll be cheaper than rent anywhere else. And yeah. Oh, no, I'm totally fine with that. Oh, but I voted for Donald Trump. You rapist. Like, wait a minute.
You
can't accuse someone of that.
You don't think he's trying to fuck her mouth?
Oh, he totally is.
Yeah, he's trying to fuck her mouth. Nobody's that nice. The Grand Poobah says she looks like a very tired mid-30s something or other. She's probably younger than she looks because she doesn't wear makeup. So I'm guessing she's probably younger. Look, guys are dumb. The fact that guys would invite something like this into their home just to fuck it, like the dice that you're rolling, bro, they ain't coming up 7. All right? This is going to be a snake eyes proposition. I'm telling you that right now.
They're coming up, Andrew.
Oh, boy. You're going to have to tell the police that you medically are not able to sweat. Hobo Chili Recipe writes, wait, she doesn't have Down syndrome? Not that we can.
Nope.
Not that we can decipher. She looks like Corky with tits. Not bad.
Allegedly, sir. Allegedly. We never saw a rack.
The Syndicate says she's a Minnesota 5. Oh, God. I hear Minnesota 6
a higher rating than
lot.
she got on my show.
Yeah.
She got 3. Minnesota 3.
Bigot on Socialist Media says the only part I believe is she quit her job. Everything else is BS. There was no guy, apparently. Dub says her goal, sleep in gym. Willy Nilly with $4.99 says, of course you wouldn't know what a booster seat looks like, but Johnny being a dad would. My kids are all too old for their booster. We just took the youngest booster seat out like a couple of weeks ago.
See, that's the thing. Is it strictly about age? Because like my daughter's like in like the 99th percentile for like height. She is a tall one, and it's just like we put her in the booster seat, and I'm always just like, can we just have her sit on the bench? Like, oh no, I'm like, yeah, but she's taller than me. Like, what? Is the booster seat really helping at this point?
I'll be very honest. With your first one, you do it like 1,000% by the book.
Mm-hmm.
The second one, you're a little more lenient. And the third one, it's totally by feel.
Because I don't like at this point with how high up she sits and everything, with her height and everything. I'm like, yeah, I'd let her sit in the front. But then again, I was raised back in the day where you fought for the front seat. So
it's a height and weight thing.
Yeah, I feel like she's past those markers.
Yeah. Well,
I got to find out what the official height and weight things are because I'm putting
you
my
know,
foot down.
it's almost like you've got something in front of you that you could punch in some keys and you could get to the.
Yeah, no, I don't have. The problem is I only have one. I only have 4 monitors, so it's really hard to be able.
Oh, I understand.
windows.
Yeah, why would you have an answer to that question by now? King Kong Dong with $1 says she's got more real estate on that forehead than Aaron. That's saying a lot because you can park an RV on your forehead. Thank you for clarifying how large mine is when you insulted hers. That's incredibly helpful to what we're doing here. 2:45 away from today, which means we are $15 away from the best part of the show. Thank you guys very much. 2:45 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. You and I have talked before about how much we like John Leguizamo.
Yeah, dude, I love John Leguizamo.
How long would you say John Leguizamo's been at it?
God damn. Easily 30, 40 years.
Yeah, I'll even go. Let's go third. Well, yeah, 95. Oh, yeah, more than 30 years then. Leguizamo's been at it for more than 30 years.
Yeah.
After 30 years in Hollywood, do you think you'd be able to handle just random people on Twitter writing shit about you?
Oh, you better be able to.
Right? Like there's no reason you would say make a 1-minute video ranting about someone who said you don't look good.
Oh, God, don't tell me you're ruining John Leguizamo.
I know, I'm sorry. I saw it yesterday, and I was like, I don't want to include this on tomorrow's show.
Dude, I just started liking him again because of the menu, because like he started turning me off a bit with some of the stuff he's done recently, and like the Spanish history thing was great, but then there was stuff after that I was like, whatever. But yeah, don't tell me he's becoming a bitch for a minute.
He's being kind of a bitch about someone who said it. And by the way, it's Hollywood vanity apparently never goes away. You can't have it social media or anything like that because somebody told him he looks old.
Duh. No offense, John, but you've been at this for a while. You're not the same guy that made The Pest, okay? It's time to move on. Which, by the way, underrated comedy. Hilarious.
Approachable with $1 says, Johnny, I dare you to stop right now, look up the booster seat legality, and report back to us mid-show.
All right, 2 steps ahead of you. There is no single universally applicable height or weight requirement to sit in the front seat. However, safety guidelines and the laws suggest that children be at least 4'9" and 80 pounds. That's to sit in the front seat, but it's not giving me on like clearing them from the booster.
Wow. I love how that thing says there's no guideline on height and weight, and then it gives you a height and weight.
Gives you a guideline on height and weight.
That's great. Well, you don't have to be a certain height to ride this ride, but we ask that you be 36 inches at least. I'm like, God, I'm going to have to go take some Cialis. I'll see you in a little bit. Gray Duckling with 5 gifted memberships. Guess what?
Thank you.
We take a little over $2 of each gifted membership. So that means that guess where today's goal is, Johnny? I think Gray Duckling was trying to get us under that number, but he didn't realize how little we get from YouTube Rumble gifted memberships. We get twice as much. It's really great.
Right.
But for YouTube, 5 gifted memberships is a little over $10 for us. And 10 is about 25. So since we were at 240 and Gray Duckling just gifted 5 memberships, Johnny, guess what today's goal is at?
225. No, 230.
I'll give you a hint.
What's that?
When is it time to go to the dentist? What time is it when it's time to go to the dentist?
2:30.
2:30. Today's goal is 2:30. If you'd like to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, perhaps you'd like to keep... Oh, Gray Duckling with $5. You fucking cunt.
He didn't even let you enjoy it. Fucking yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, Gray Duckling.
I wanted to have some fun.
Cool. Right.
I wanted to have a good time. And instead, I get about 13 seconds of pure, unadulterated bliss. All right, 225 away from today. We get $25 in the next couple of minutes here. We're right back on track for today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your consistent 1s and 2s and 5s and 10s. I have to be honest, evening show, morning show, kind of digging the $1, $2, $5 with a couple of 10s and 20s punctuating it here and there. I really like getting there that way.
Phrasing.
I really do. Oh, sorry. Buy Johnny's Loon Jerky, becoming a member for 35 months.
No, not Loon Jerky. Now, I didn't. Nobody even brought up Loon Jerky.
Hey, dude, I'm not fucking with you. That's really highly fucking illegal in this state. You got to cut that shit out.
I don't have any Loon Jerky. That's the problem. Like, I've
already.
Hey,
I know.
Back the IRS life, but
I know.
Uncle Sam thinks I'm selling fucking monkey juice.
Hey, I don't think you have Loon Jerky either.
Dude, why? You and Digger, what is with the winking thing? You can't do that. When you say that and then you wink, people hear it, and they're like, oh, I heard him say that the Loon Jerky doesn't exist, which is a provable fact. And then after you do the wink thing, they're like, but there's a thing where you knock on a door and a guy gives you a bag of Loon Jerky. No, there's no Loon Jerky.
Guys, don't send in donate. This is not how we're going to make money today.
It was turkey jerky that I made for you one time. It wasn't Loon.
We are not going to make money today by sending in money and requesting different endangered animal jerky from Johnny. That's not what we're going to do today on PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. That's not how we're going to get a rally going today. We're doing just fine, all right? We don't need to go and accuse Johnny of these things.
How the hell am I even going to make Loon Jerky? What, I'm going to catch a bird?
I don't know.
I'm going to take the feathers out, and I'm going to debone the thing or whatever.
Sounds like the way you do it.
What?
Right?
What? I'm gonna grind it up and add like about like a pound and a half of salt and like a couple teaspoons of garlic, a little bit of oregano, parsley across the top, and then put the thing out in the log and dehydrate it for what, like 48 hours? Like what the heck?
Little Worcestershire sauce.
Coming up with this little Worcestershire sauce. Damn right.
Yeah.
Like you gotta have to.
Sounds like you know exactly what you're doing.
I may have made a fowl jerky once or what.
You got a little Loon Jerky on you then?
No.
Right. Me neither.
I
hear you.
No, it's not a thing. It's not a thing.
You've never killed a loon, neither have I.
No, but I did taxidermy one.
It's fucked up, dude.
Dude, it was sportsman's biology, best class I ever took.
That's fucked up, dude. I
love that class. We went fishing. I made my own fishing pole. I made my own 12-gauge ammo and my own 30-06 ammo, and I shot it at the range.
I hope the ATF
school class.
I hope
nowadays
the ATF
schools are worried about
your
shooting
door.
happening inside. That school was like, hey, how about you guys go over here and just unload? Get some.
Really hope the ATF comes to your house after this horse shit.
Well, it was a public school district, so really they have to take their problems up with the government who developed the curriculum.
Ben Warren with $5 says behind on the show, but this is for the King Kong bit. Classic. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rebecca with $5 says, hey, Johnny, I hear your American Eagle jerky is quite good.
Oh, my God. One that would be highly illegal and completely.
You're making jerky out of loons and bald eagles?
No, I'm not. That's, again, these rumors are horrible. I don't know where they get started.
I'm
glad. I do not have any bald eagle jerky.
I'm glad you guys are contributing to the show and keeping us going, but I'm also glad that you're informing me on what kind of different animal foodstuffs that Johnny's making. Because remember, today's contributions are all about the Klitz and Calamari food truck. And I'm just glad that we're shining a light on, whatever the fuck Johnny's up to.
The Klitz and Calamari food truck, eating good under the hood.
Buy Johnny's Loon Jerky. So he was a member for 35 months. He said 2 hours behind in chat. Moved to Arkansas. Handed the lady at the DMV my paperwork. 5 minutes later, they printed my real ID. F tampon Tim. And, well, I can't say that because it starts with an N. You guys are a different. So what's easier to make and what's easier to harvest? The loons for the loon jerky or the bald eagles for the eagle jerky? I imagine they're watching you a little closer with the eagle jerky.
Well, again, I don't actually make these things. These things aren't real, but hypothetically speaking, it would be easier for the loons because bald eagles are an endangered species. Predatory birds like a bald eagle are going to be harder to hit because they don't move in groups. Like loons and things like that will literally travel in flocks. You can kind of get out of.
See, I wouldn't know how to hunt them, but you do. That's good.
Well, I watched a lot of Animal Planet, and I grew up in the country.
Sure.
So yeah, no, I feel like it'd be a lot easier to get the loon.
Okay.
Plus, in this state in particular, there's no fucks when you're killing ducks.
So how much do you sell the loon jerky for?
I don't have any loon jerky to sell.
Is the loon jerky more expensive than the bald eagle jerky, or vice versa?
Hypothetically speaking, if you were making
jerky, hey, hypothetically.
Oh, fuck you and your horse. No, dick.
I don't have a horse. No. I don't have a horse, and don't go looking for him. I don't need you making steaks out of him.
Now that's good eating. But anyways, no, like just off of the difficulty alone, the bald eagle jerky would have to be worth more. Harder to get, more severe penalties if you did it, like, and they caught you, especially, like, you'd be in trouble. So yeah, I'd have to say, like, you'd have to, like, bald eagle would be more of a top dollar item.
You're helping yourself a lot right now. Approachable with $1 says, I know not everyone can afford it because of the expensive process it takes to make it, but Johnny's mammoth meat stick is so delicious. I didn't know you. So you resurrect woolly mammoths and you make jerky out of it? You make meat sticks out of them?
Actually, no. Science resurrects woolly mammoths. I mean, people accuse me of just making meat out of.
It's opportunistic as fuck. King Kong Dong with $1 says Johnny's still having a hard time from the government to getting your eagle veal. Oh, you're making bald eagle veal? That's fucking dirty, dude. That's baby eagles. Wow.
Well, it's not my fault they keep putting them on trail cams. I mean, literally, why would you do that? That's horrible and wrong.
Every time I hear that you killed a baby eagle, I think there's a hole in the world tonight. Eagle.
I hate you.
It's an eagle.
Yeah.
Every time you kill a baby eagle, I think it's another tequila sunrise.
I don't know what I've done to deserve this. One, I've killed no baby.
All right, let's get back to people's thoughts on the matter. Mersh ROTC with $1. Female cop gun drawn, doggo doesn't die. Says Johnny supplies a great porch monkey jerky. Johnny, that's fucking racist. And second of all, I hope you're not using what we think you're using to make that.
First of all,
that's
is a blasphemous
fucking
lie.
Line.
If that were even a shred of truth, it'd be called long pig jerky because I'm a big fan of facts. But no, I don't. You ever heard of long pig?
Keep going.
Well, to quote Hemingway, there is no hunting like the hunting of a man. And those who hunt men.
Yeah, you know who else? You know who else said that? Monsieur Candy.
Uh-oh.
Diesel.
Well, it's funny you should say that because my long pigs have this dimple.
Just like old Ben. Diesel Cat with $5 says for the quick delivery of Johnny's opossum pussy deep fried chips. So wait a minute, you kill the opossum and you only take their pussies and you discard the rest of the possum? Not only is that highly immoral, probably illegal, but also extremely wasteful.
What I just want to know before I continue here. Now, one, this is a horrible rumor and none of it's true. But
sure.
What about that statement makes you think that it was just that I would just use the pussy lips and that's it?
Because it says
that he got
the pussy jerky,
or deep fried pussy chips. Yeah, but nothing about that statement says that I wasn't, frugal and used the rest of the carcass to make other products. It's just this person didn't get those.
191 Redbird with $5 says, if we're doing endangered species, can I get a non-obese radio host reproduction mount? Thank you, Redbird. Fucking cunt. Redbird's in first with $121 this week. Thank you, buddy. That puts us 210 away from today.
Thank you.
Any other donations with requests for Johnny's exotic meats, feel free to chip in on Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, or Rumble Rants. Silverwolf with $5 says, I'm not going to lie, your Eagles pun made me throw a battery in anger. Also, Johnny, any words on my exotic axolotl skewers? Axolotl? Wow. I would have settled for axolotl. Throw another fucking battery, Silverwolf. I fucking dare you. I fucking dare you. You make axolotl skewers?
No.
Okay.
I'll be honest. As someone who's watched a lot of Planet Earth and stuff, I'm having trouble picturing what an axolotl even is. I'd look it up, but I'm lazy.
That's what a black kid in elementary school does when he's curious.
Look it up.
Axolotl.
Oh, God, why didn't I see that?
Whenever a black kid in elementary school has questions, he'll axolotl. I mean, guys, I'm not saying you have to give this show money. I'm just saying that we're 205 away, and that's pretty on track. Totally. And we fucking nailed it just right there. We fucking nailed that one. Because you see, Johnny, in the black community, sometimes the word ask is well, you know what? I know it's highbrow shit, but you'll figure it out. Sandwich Man Sean Bigfoot Martin says, I just got here. Are the circumcised clits some sort of Somali cuisine? You know what, Sean? I'm glad you asked because this is a very important, what do you call it? Not impact statement. That's what I might be hearing in a while. A public service announcement.
Okay.
We do not use Somali clits, and it's not a racism thing. Even though the brown ones don't deep fry right, that has nothing to do with it. It's because usually the Somali ones are taken under duress and when they're minors. It's a really savage culture. So what we do is we use ethically sourced clitori that come from women who are more than willing, who have husbands that can't even find them or don't have any interest in them anyway. Or old bitches who just don't really feel like they need it anymore. And it's all donation, so we're able to sell deep-fried clit baskets at a very reasonable price. And that's a good thing, too, because you need a lot of them to make a basket because they're not large. And we only take the part that's out. We don't take, the whole system, as it were, because we found that what's on the inside gets very sinewy. People don't like it. And we only use... we also, I will be honest, it's kind of like hot dogs. We do use the hood as well. I know a lot of people don't consider that technically the clit. They find that, a lot of connoisseurs find that to be impure, but a lot of connoisseurs will eat harvested Somali clits, and we find that to be like blood diamonds. Yeah. In a way. So when it comes to clits and calamari, they are ethically sourced and always white.
And both seafood.
Yeah, don't let the scent throw you. It's good. It's really good. Toad Climbs Mountains with $5. Says, for the black kid joke, that was quick. Well, I'm like Hobo Chili Recipe. 1 in 8. 1 in 8. Actually, that's also Patrick Melton's motto.
Oh.
Do you mind? I need to take a victory lap for that one. Can you?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Go ahead. Keep. Hold on. I'm gonna.
Yeah. Redbird saying, I never mentioned you. You always talk about how proud you are of being the smallest fat radio guy. Who? I don't know how he mentions being proud of it. It's like a demon he's been battling.
1 in 8. 1 in 8. Even 200 away from today. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for all of your contributions. You are a fun little crowd to entertain. All right, let's do the John Leguizamo thing, shall we?
Yeah, dude. So literally, he doesn't know this person. He never met them. Just responding to a tweet online.
Just again, 30 years in the entertainment. Like I've been doing radio / streaming for less than 20 years, almost 20 years. And I don't think there's anything you can say that would hurt me, harm me. Like when there's an off button or there's a time when I'm done or like I'm doing a performance, I'm doing a show, I can't really, there's just a part of me that shuts off any personal attachment.
Country Hearth is running out of bread.
See, now wait a minute, you son of a bitch. This isn't, look, you're fucking around now. But it's why I can be so smug. It's why I can upset people. It's what draws people to this show, whether they like me or hate me. I'm able to shut a certain part of my humanity off once we go live. John Leguizamo, been in Hollywood over 30 years. People can tweet something at him, and these vain motherfuckers in that town can still let it get to them. It's remarkable. And I don't know. I'm kind of struggling with this. Is it impressive that he still held on to his humanity this long? Because I understand how irregular it is to have my attitude, which is, I don't give a fuck. That's weird. That shows that you've killed a part of yourself. in order to do what you do. John Leguizamo still has feelings. That's kind of remarkable.
Well, having feelings is one thing, and yes, you're right. Good on him for still being human. But having feelings is one thing, but he should also, by this point in time, have the age and wisdom to realize, oh, there's no winning here, so responding means nothing.
Well, well, it means more than nothing. It means that they're going to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Like they're going to continue on this route, this path.
You're gonna start calling him Leatherface Lozamo.
Oh, it's gonna get really bad. And also, I don't know if you've seen your boy in the last year or so, but
holy Lord, right? What happened?
John Leguizamo looks like rat shit.
Yeah, no offense, dude. You look old as fuck.
See, now this is what he's gonna get forever and ever because he decided to respond. He's starting to look like the sloth from Ice Age. Like as he gets older, he's starting to grow into the role. It's odd. So this is John Leguizamo. You guys hurt his feelings, you fucking dickheads. And he's
George Clooney's hair dye guy. Jesus.
He's going to complain about it to everybody on Twitter.
6, create a digital safe haven for whistleblowers and defectors. Not everyone inside this regime is loyal. Some are scared, some want out. Build the channels. Encrypted, anonymous, protected. Make it easy for the cracks in the system to become gaping holes. And while you're at it...
Is anyone else getting hard?
No.
We're talking about cracks and gaping holes. Are we still talking about the Trump administration?
Hollywood actor uploaded a video. What?
So fans claim he has aged 100 years in new video attacking Trump supporters, and he's not happy about it.
Stop ostracizing MAGA defectors. Everyone makes mistakes, even glaring critical ones. We are not the bullies. We are not the ones filled with hate, and it's not your job to shame people.
Fuck you.
Who finally...
Fuck you running. Tell that to every Tesla dealership that's burning. Tell that to every person that has gotten violent or mean or posted videos bragging about how they effed over their own life because someone voted for Donald Trump. Oh, what about all the people that, again, say they're like, I don't support dictators? Yeah, I've got bad news for you. Regardless of what you think of his policy decisions, he was elected by more people for a president than has been elected in, I don't know, most of my life.
This video, he wanted to make this about Trump, and he ended up going off on people online in the comment section after they said he aged like shit. He aged like 100 years. But I think he kind of deserves it because you're an actor. Classically, people don't like listening to actors about fucking politics. So you made a big video about politics, and then the people who don't like you hit you where they knew it would hurt, which is your vanity. And so they said, God damn, you look like shit. And like, while some of them may be doing that to get at you, it's also kind of true, bro. You look like shit.
Whatever's doing this to you, whether it's fixating on Trump or whatever's going on in your life that's causing this, clearly not good for you, sir.
Well,
it does not look healthy.
Being in your 60s doesn't help either.
Right, but that, like, I'm sorry, the red around the eyes? Are you getting enough sleep, buddy?
Wow. Oh, so now you, of all people, are sleep-shaming John Leguizamo?
Fuck yeah, because I don't look that shitty.
Matter of opinion.
You dick.
Matter of opinion.
He saw the fire and chose to step out of it. They will have to deal with that internal struggle, the guilt of putting a very dangerous and callous regime in power. But they're already outnumbered. Don't push them back into the crowd. We don't need purity, we need numbers. We need people willing to burn their red hats and testify against the machine they helped build.
Jesus, if you put this kind of effort into staying a leading man. So he made that video, and instead of like arguing with him about politics,
everyone just called him ugly. And
everyone said he looked like he aged 100 years. Everyone said that he looked terrible. He looked like shit. And so then he got mad and started battling people in the comment section because like, this is supposed to be about Trump. This is about the future of this country. And they're like, yeah, whatever, fucking old guy. Whatever,
I don't know,
Gramps.
for anyone that's like, this is about the future of this country. Like, well, you didn't give a shit about it 4 years ago when it was getting sold out. Why do you want to care now?
Well, and not only that, but also, like, you guys don't, the one thing I agree with him on is the whole, if people want to defect, we should welcome them. That's what I always said about the COVID people.
Yeah.
Remember the people who were like, oh, I got lied to. I shouldn't have worn the mask all the time. I shouldn't have got vaccinated, this, that, and the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
I welcome those people in. I say better late than never. I know a lot of other people say, yeah, fuck them. They were against it. Look what they did to this country, blah, blah, blah. You know how hard it is to admit that you got tricked? I mean, that's hard to do. Because you have to basically say, I'm a dumb guy. I was a dumb guy, and I woke up. Like, you have to admit a fault and then correct it. That's an incredibly honorable thing to do. I, in fact, can't think of anything more honorable than admitting you were wrong and changing course.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't like Donald Trump is he never seems to do that. But the thing with the COVID stuff, though, is for me, it's about how much you, how hardly you fought on the other side. If you're just someone like, hey, you went along because you're like, well, this is what it says, and I believe that, like, okay, fine. But if you're one of those people that shamed others and ridiculed others and like prostrated yourself before everyone going, look, no, I'm telling you as someone, this is that and this, and you need to follow what I say. If you come out later going, look, I was wrong. I'm still like, yeah, but you're a piece of shit. Yeah. So I don't know.
I hear you. I get it. I just can't get over the fact that John Leguizamo looks like dog ass.
Dude, that's the part that hurts more than anything is because, again, like I said, I after watching The Menu, I was kind of like, hey, I'm liking John Leguizamo again. It's this, nothing about this is political and no stupid messaging about anything. We could just kind of have fun with it. And then you're like, oh, yeah, look what he did here. And I'm like, oh, God, he's still a piece of shit.
Zenman Builds with $1 says, thank goodness you guys harvest the clits ethically. There's nothing worse than conflict clit meat. That's true. We don't use blood clits. We don't use conflict clits. Our clits are completely ethically sourced for deep fried clit baskets. Not only that, we don't use lab-grown clits. I know a lot of people, that's the new fashion in food trucks is to use lab-grown clits. We don't do it. We find the natural thing to be the best. And the calamari, we don't really give a shit where that comes from. In fact, we prefer black ones. But as far as the clits, we're more invested in the purity because that's our unique item. Anybody can sell calamari, you know?
Right. Yeah.
It takes a hard-working company to sell clitori. Veldrain with $1 says, it's funny, John Leguizamo can't be called old, but he was in Tu Wong Fu. Of all the movies, you're remembered for Tu Wong Fu. $200 away from today. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. $100 rally in the next 40 minutes. I think it can be done. Thank you, guys. You're doing a great job today. Keep it up. We appreciate everything you do for the toe. You know, I got to play this clip from Approachable. I can't imagine what it is. But after that, Alyssa Clips had a Sean Bigfoot Martin clip. Mm-hmm. I have to play it because Sean texted me today. It made me think of it, so I went and grabbed it. Apparently, they were doing the numbers, and there's people on like Twitter that track it and stuff. After YouTube fees, Ricada made $130 yesterday in super chats, from the highest super chatter ever to $130. And he's censoring the fuck out of his chat, and he's raging out, and he's talking about his case when he's supposed to be talking about the trial. Well, apparently it's getting to him. He's having a difficult time. As you know, he already talked to Josh from Kiwi Farms trying to get him to censor stuff and take it down. And then he went on this rant about how people wouldn't say shit to his face. And it's like, dude, people would slap the shit out of you in public if you came at them with that attitude, with your little girl shoulders. Stop it. Your buggy whip arms and your high-pitched voice, nobody's threatened by you, and they're going to keep fucking with you. Keep blocking the Mandy names, cunt face. So now, in his desperation to try and turn a buck and show his probation officer that this is a real job, and in order to try and catch Steel Toe in money, because he's losing to Steel Toe in money, that's got to be very embarrassing for him. He is now adding AI voices, including Sean Bigfoot Martin, potentially criminal. Now, look, Sean is of my attitude that if people need us to make ends meet, it tickles us quite a bit.
Validate your existence more than anything.
We're kind of shitty about it, and we're smug about it, and we kind of passive-aggressively taunt you about it. Like, yes, Nick needs me to make $1.
Sean will eat that like a sandwich.
With mayo.
Woohoo!
Well, that's my favorite. But Nick clearly needs me to make money. He can't without me. He can't apparently make money without Sean either. Meme Copium went through the numbers. Nick's doing poorly. He's one of the lowest rated law tubers out there. This Karen Reed trial, you got people in the tens of thousands, 20s, 30s of thousands. Nick isn't breaking two most of the time. And he's making $130. So desperation is kicked in, and now he's added Sandwich Man Sean. So people ask Sean, are you going to sue him? You know, people ask me this too. Are you going to sue over the super tips thing? It's like, why waste money? Why not just point out to people like, hey, no offense, if you like that guy, just know that he's my cuck and he needs me in order to make a buck. Like,
remember, all he has to do to disprove you is to stop relying on you.
Right. All you got to do is remove it. Remove Sean, remove everybody, and see if you can still get to $130. So before we get to that clip, let's go to what Mr. Approachable has for us here. Oh, God, here we go. This is Mr. Approachable's clip. Then we'll play Sean's take on this whole deal. But Johnny's mammoth meat stick is so delicious. God damn it. Johnny's
of
meat
all the
stick.
things for the internet to get right, my mammoth meat stick. Didn't expect that.
Bigot on socialist media calling him flat broke Nick. Jesus. Sam Show says, I love how Branca took a week to realize Nick had no fucking market value. Yeah, and now Branca's doing better on his own. Yeah. Pretty fucking rough. All right. Let's get these were Sean's thoughts on the matter, and I echo Sean's thoughts. I think he fucking nailed it here. And I think he's being just as cunty as I am about it.
Oh, yes. I will bring it up. I am thrilled that I am now able to help support the Ricada family in their violin lessons.
Dude, what's going on with Thomas Jane in this trial?
He doesn't need as much money as he used to. You know, Nick doesn't have his coke habit anymore, and he doesn't have to feed any to his 9-year-old anymore. So he doesn't need the money he needs is not as bad as it used to be.
He's certainly not paying for like 2 places to live or stay. So
that's
just
right.
The one house.
You know, we got to look at the silver lining here. Nick lost a home. Nick had a home foreclosed on, and if he didn't sell the other one, he was going to lose his main house, and he was going to be out on the streets until mommy and daddy bought him a new one. So he lost one of his houses and took no money from it. It all went to paying off the foreclosed house. So you're right. He doesn't need to make up as much money because he can't have
lower.
I mean, his biggest expenses were homes, booze, and cocaine. And he can't have any of those 3 things anymore. Yeah. So that is a bright side. But even with that smaller budget, he still can't make ends meet without Sean and his virtual voice.
And part of their immense snack budget. It's really flattering that Nick is such in a desperate state he needs to use my name, image, and likeness to generate such income for himself. I guess that's good that I guess someone's helping take care of his family.
Is this how I sound when I'm being a dick?
Not as high pitched, but yeah.
This is hurtful.
Yeah, no,
like,
this
listening to someone else do this, I realize why Melton crashes out when I shit talk him. Because to me, I'm being playful. It sounds playful to me. It sounds innocent, but I'm hearing it now. And these are things that would hurt the pride of someone who's very sensitive, like Nick Ricada. It's true. Sean and I are doing more to support his family than he is. I mean, he sits and stares at a screen and makes a terrible sexual non sequitur during a trial that makes nobody laugh. Meanwhile, Sean and I are doing the heavy lifting with our name, image, and likeness just to be able to try and feed his children. I mean, Nick, let's fucking go, buddy.
So, I mean, that's the positive note. So, remember, silver linings, chat. Silver linings. Although, I may take a look at that because I don't think anybody, I never gave anybody permission to go do all that, but that's a secondary issue.
Now that's the retarded part to me. Like, I've been a shock jock for all of my adult life, so I don't really give a shit about stuff like that. But now you're fucking with attorneys? You're using an attorney's name, image, and likeness? First of all, it's desperation. Second of all, you're courting controversy with that one. You could get this whole thing shut down with, because if a lawyer ever wanted to jump in and start something, I know that, like, say, Scott from the gym would probably jump in with him. I would jump in, and I don't even want any money. All I want to do, I want the lols. I want the laughs. I just want to jump in so I don't miss the boat. So that could be kind of funny.
Yeah, no. And the worst part is it's not like a lawyer understands the law and would be very easily able to set up that lawsuit or anything. The rest of us would have to go hire somebody. He can just do it.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, Aaron, what's your food budget? Canada's military budget? Sam Show says, hey, but you and Sean are funding his trips to Wilmer. Hey, he hasn't talked to April since January. You know, kind of like when I came out with my stuff and he's like, no, there's never been a relationship. Prove I was ever with anybody else. Right.
You take that address down right now. Stop being disloyal, you fuck.
Stop fucking up your own life, you retard. And don't worry about what Josh is doing. Oh, boy. All right. I just thought I'd play that because Sean texted in today, and it reminded me of that. Sean was a good friend with Nick. Imagine how shitty you'd have to be on Sean's bad side, right? Like, Sean's just a normal, good dude. But then again, Nick's a human crash out, so what are you going to do? Nick crashes out harder than Camelot's race cars. Let's go ahead and open up the 7 o'clock hour stories. We're $200 away from knocking out today. Go ahead and Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. We're having fun today. Let's keep having fun with our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Everything you need for suppressors. The entire suppressor process can be handled at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. That's MidlandArmory.com. Talk to Derek. Talk to Tracy. They know their stuff. Any questions you have, they can answer them at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. That's MidlandArmory.com. Again, MidlandArmory.com. Talk to them. You'll get their questions answered. Order online or stop in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Also, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud with trucks and wreckers, small enough for motorcycles, large enough for heavy-duty equipment. No matter what the situation, your car won't start, you get a flat tire, you can't fix it, you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, or you lock your keys in your car. All Care Towing is there quicker than anyone else to help you out. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Also, Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Bike night is back on Thursdays. 250 cans, and the patio's open. It's nice out. Use that patio. No, there's no naked twister. You got Stoney's Garage, the outdoor bar that's inside, but it's outside with the big garage door, live music out there. They've also got live music every weekend on the main stage. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, especially now with the sun out, it's the perfect party spot. Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway. Aaron, are you surprised Melton is Nick's attack dog? He is attacking Sean. Melton's trying to do anything. He's trying to wean himself off of Steel Toe, but he doesn't realize that I've been right the entire time, and his whole audience is there because they hate me, not because they like him. Melton, whether he likes it or not, if he wants to make money, he'd better do nothing but me's coverage. He'd better do nothing but Steel Toe until the day he dies, or he's going to lose it all. 100%.
But do you think he's been oblivious to that fact this whole time, or has he just been...
He knows it, but he can't. Not only can he not admit it to his audience already knows. He can't admit it to himself. Not in a million years. He couldn't even admit to himself that Nick texted Josh from Kiwi Farms. There's a 45-second clip out there of Melton going, "This is the gayest thing ever. If Nick did this, it's really embarrassing. It's a huge L for Nick, but I don't think he did it." Now, if this was anyone but someone you needed for your business, you would say, this is fucking gay. He for sure did this 100%. So it is funny to watch these guys like have to scramble now because, again, their end game didn't work out. So now they're trying to make it up as they go. It's not working out. It's not working out. Like Creator Clash, their live event is failing too, which is, can't tell you how much it breaks my heart. All right, let's go to this Harris Faulkner clip. I love this thing. Harris Faulkner, who is like supposed to be one of the news anchors on Fox. You know, you got the Hannitys and the Laura Ingrams and the opinion people, the Jesse Waters, Greg Gutfeld. But then you have people that are like the news arm of Fox. And that's like Peter Doocy, Harris Faulkner, people like the Brett Baer, if he's still there. Well, Harris Faulkner was doing a story about illegal immigration and deportations. And she mixed up two migrants. Now, usually in the news, when you mix two people up, you issue a correction and you move on, right?
Yeah, it's the right thing to do.
Harris Faulkner decided to do it in a little more based fashion than most news people would. All right, 5-second or 30-second ad for a Fox News clip on Mediaite. Guesses?
I'm going to say 5.
5 seconds. All right, let's take a look, and then we'll fire up this Harris Faulkner clip. Let's see how much. Oh, you're right. 5-second clip. Here we go. A little luxury menswear for you.
Harris, there was also this moment where the AFL-CIO president defends Kilmar Abrego Garcia and says he's just a union member. Listen.
During the pandemic, we called them essential workers, and now we're calling them criminals. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Free Kilmar. Kilmar Abrego.
Kill is literally in his name.
Right.
Kill more, I believe, was his catchphrase. Kill more, not Kilmar.
Garcia. And of course, Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a union member. He is an apprentice.
Oh, well, then let's forget the human trafficking and the MS-13 tattoos and the beating people up and all of that. I mean, Jesus Christ, Johnny, I didn't know he was...
restraining order, all of it.
You've had me shitting all over this guy for a couple of weeks, and now I find out just now that he's a union member?
And as we all know, unions and the people who run them, nothing but saints.
Never violence with the unions. Never violence, never threats. I like that. Wow, I didn't know. I didn't think this guy could be a bigger piece of shit. Now I find out he's an AFL-CIO member? Well, goddamn, now he can definitely stay away.
UA member who is pursuing his American dream.
Hold on a second.
Well, you see, baby, because when the American dream comes calling, it comes calling in the form of hitting your bitch and getting restraining orders and having to block out all your MS-13 tattoos on your Instagram, baby. It's going to the pay window after the coyotes pay you big money for running sex slaves into the country. That's hard times, daddy. And that's the American dream.
And there will be gorilla shit all over the army.
Yeah. They let a guy who has been deported in 2013 come back and who's now accused, and I agree with Emily, he ought to be accused of attempted murder for this, of choking out a guy who passed out for 6 seconds. And they let him
that was
in
the guy in Wisconsin. Kilmar. So Kilmar, the one who was sent back to El Salvador.
Yeah,
the Maryland
father. Oh, how could I miss it? Another illegal immigrant
with criminal.
So she got Kilmar Abreu Garcia confused with another guy that they deported and tried to make a hero out of, who turned out to be a giant piece of shit. And as a journalist, when confronted by it, she just rolls her eyes and goes, "Oh, another fucking illegal. Oh, I'm sorry. I got that one wrong. Christ almighty."
Professionally, it's a very bad look, but like societally, like that's... The problem is not enough of these news agencies are. That's a lot more of a sentiment. They're like, oh yeah, all right.
I'm on her side. I'm on her side.
Yeah, I'm on her side 110%.
I like it.
All right.
Yes.
Right. Criminal behavior.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. My point is this. How did we get...
Gay Jews are definitely a demographic that illegal immigrants want the support of, and that they really care. This kind of virtue signaling from people like this, it's like they want to take their country and wreck it from the inside out of resentment. It's like, Do you understand? Like, this is what I don't get about a guy like this. Like, a flaming gay Jew is like, no, we don't need these ugly Americans that we have here and these white people and all this. We need to bring in more of these criminal illegals. Do you understand you live in by far the most tolerant country in the world?
No, they don't.
Do you understand how much of your shit we suffer with a smile that they wouldn't anywhere else?
Oh, no, they don't.
Where else does a 1 to 2% minority, and it's not even a racial minority, it's purely a sexual preference minority. It's what you like to fuck, or it's what you like to call yourself. You're not even a race. You're not even a gender. You're not even like an actual group. You just made it up and unionized. And then we acknowledge it and we treat it like it's a real thing, and we give you your respect. We even changed the fucking laws of this country for you. There was equal protection in the marriage laws before we allowed gay marriage. Everyone was allowed to do the same exact thing. Any man could marry any woman, whether you were gay or straight, white or black, didn't matter. Everybody had equal rights. We made a special right just for you, and you still can't stop bitching. And you're like, hey, how about more third world savages and gang members come to this country? Do you know how those people feel about your kind? Like, homosexual Jewish men, I don't feel like they do well in, say, El Salvador.
Well, thank God you're not certainly lumping together two groups that have weird rumors that circulate them about things.
It's really interesting to see people like this advocate for tearing down the system that is probably kindest and most tolerant towards him. Holy shit, dude, you live in a country where the current administration wants to kick people out of this country if they protest the Jewish state in the Middle East. Like, right? Your people are so protected that if anyone says anything critical of you, it's considered a hate crime and it gets logged statistically that way.
Right, and that's why they do shit like this, because they don't see any sort of negative downside coming their way. There's no way it could possibly affect them like that. Right. After all, they're so utterly protected, they can do whatever they want.
Get to the point where they're willing to say that those people belong in this country, even though they've allegedly committed crimes, violent crimes.
Yeah.
Right? They're here illegally, and they're basically saying that they're more important than American citizens. And by the way, I love the pulling together of faith, Judaism and Christianity in this group. That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I mean, I love that the people who killed my savior.
We miss you, JFK.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, different savior. I apologize. We miss you, Abe Lincoln. Oh, sorry, the other one.
Shit.
I apologize. No, I just that's always been a weird combo to me. Like, hey, the Jews and Christians are teaming up. It's like Muslims have done well. I mean, never mind. The Muslims pirated, enslaved, and conquered Christian lands. So, like, I don't know if forgiving that whole Jesus thing is something I'm comfortable with. I feel like that they should at least apologize.
Right? If you turned the other cheek with them, they would put another nail in it.
I just wish Jewish people would say, look, we were really insecure. He was getting really popular. We got jealous. It got out of hand. And we didn't even have the balls to kill him ourselves. We forced the Romans to do it.
Look, he came for the money. That was crossing a line.
Not only should they have been talking about the hostages in that moment, but what about all of those Jewish students? This is a very crowd. Not the guy holding the mic, maybe, but the rest of them.
I don't know. That guy's a pretty good candidate. I mean,
the very crowd that have been so silent through what we've seen with Jewish hate on these campuses. I mean, this is the height of hypocrisy. And if anybody thinks that this song fixes it, they are sadly mistaken.
They are.
I mean, that's kind of, I never thought of it that way, too. That's a good point. There are a lot of people who are here on visas or here illegally who are protesting against Israel, which I don't mind. I don't have a problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
But you would think maybe Jewish people would.
I don't really care if they're here legally and they're protesting. The problem I have is there's so many of them here that are here legally and then they're committing more crimes. And it's like, you or I aren't allowed to openly commit crimes. Like, oh, no, it's fine. They let us know where they talk to a government agency once a month, so it's okay for them to commit petty crimes. Like,
Yeah.
no, that's not okay.
And people are still complaining that we throw them out over it. Whereas, like, I'm more extreme than that. I'm saying if you're here illegally, that's reason enough to send you away.
Right. That's what I'm saying, too. I'm saying you've started by committing a crime. There are plenty of people who do it legally or legitimately. And quite frankly, the other countries, why are we always the ones that have to take these people? How does Mexico feel about keeping them? How do any of the other countries that they're coming up along
Fuck that.
the way,
They send them here.
Right?
Yeah.
That's my point. Like, we have to take them. They have to be okay. It has to be a thing. Yeah. Who decided this?
$200 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to this program, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I think in the next 20, 30 minutes here, let's go on a little run. I think 50 to a hundo ought to do it. I think we're looking pretty good at that number. So go ahead, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get a little something going. You guys have been great today. Hobo Chili Recipe says Aaron only protested when the McRib was canceled. I mean, the McRib that Quick Trip makes is just as good as the McDonald's one, so it's not really necessary to protest.
If not better, and it's not seasonal. So you, McDonald's.
Yeah. I mean, you're becoming obsolete, guys. No offense. I don't really like the heartburn, though. 12:45, by the way, that's my fasting time.
12:45?
12:45. Well, no, because I stopped eating at 8:45 yesterday, so it's a 16-hour. It's supposed to be a 16-hour thing. Worked pretty well yesterday.
What's your overall goal with this fasting? Just to drop that last little bit?
Get back down to 215.
Just to kind of emaciate yourself just enough to drop that last little tinge and then go back to eating?
Well, because, doing the planks and the ab work in between heavy bag rounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to see, like, muscle come in this area.
What you mean.
But my stomach is still got flab. So it's like to see muscle underneath flab is like, oh, that's a nice development, but we got to do something about this flab here.
Yeah.
So we got to watch the eating a little bit.
Yeah, I started feeling the same way when I noticed like muscles wrapping around my arm, or I have like the double muscle thing around my elbow. I'm like, that's not supposed to be a thing. And I'm like, oh.
There's nothing more encouraging but also depressing than muscle under fat. It's like, hey!
I swear, Adonis-like waistline. If you could just get past the spare tires for a small minivan. Good.
Redbird with $1 says the tribe invented communism, and the foundation of communism is to subvert and destroy the foundations that nations are built on to bring upon the revolution. That's true. You know, the thing I've always despised about communism is that if you have a good idea, you don't need to
have to ruin theirs to make yours work.
Right. You shouldn't have to tear down the idea that exists if you have a better one, which tells me that your system is not a better one. It's shit. Kyler, gifting a membership over on Rumble. Hey, thank you very much, Kyler. That's very much appreciated. We're into the ones now, guys. Let's roll. 195 away from today. Keep it going. Mr. Approachable says, have you been doing your neck and chin exercises? Actually, the 1-minute planks between the 10 rounds on the heavy bag, I do the, while I'm laying forward, you look down, you go up, you look down, go up, and you push the bottom jaw out. So, yes, I am doing them.
They used to make a device you could use orally to exercise, maybe tighten up that facial
Oh,
region.
yeah? What's that?
No, I actually have a video link to it. I can send it to you if you want.
If it's a sucking dick thing, I'm going to be very upset.
No,
if
this is a legit thing.
If this is you slow rolling some old gay shit, I'm going to be mad.
Dude, it's not even, it's a legit thing. I just have to pull up my web browser again.
So you're fast rolling some gay shit. I hear you. By the way,
I'm speed rolling gay shit, what?
Kyler with that gifted membership says, if Ryan the Garbage Man won't keep the subscription train going, I will start a new one. Thank you, Kyler. That's very important. Chips and Diff was gifted that membership by Kyler. Chips and Diff, if you want to keep the membership train rolling, keep it going because Los Federales could use one. That's for sure. Keep that train going, and we will ride it all the way to knocking out the rest of that 195 this morning. Thank you guys so much for your creative generosity for the Klitz and Calamari food truck. Remember.
It's taken too long to get it. Never mind. It's just an old exercise video of there was literally a rubber band device you put in your mouth and you just squeeze it so it looks like you're gonna suck a dick. But
thanks. So it was a sucking dick thing.
Well, it wasn't a sucking dick thing. It looked weird, but it's an actual exercise device designed to tighten up the face. It was a legit suggestion that maybe you could get one of those and then help solve the whatever's doing all this.
Genetics.
Oh.
That's what I'm going with.
At a certain time, your ancestors would have put you out to pasture for such a thing.
Yeah, they probably would have cut me down at this point. There's pictures of my high school like graduation board. I have that in my crawl space somewhere. And even when I was 200 pounds in high school, when I was like 15 pounds lighter than I am now,
you just couldn't do it.
It was still there. This just would not go away. I wasn't doing my dick sucking exercises. What am I supposed to do?
You must have been smiling a lot more recently because it looks like the front of your chin is tightened a little. The butt chin thing is noticeable more now.
Thanks. Yeah, I've been smiling a lot. I've been a very happy guy.
Smug motherfucker.
I'm a smug motherfucker. I can't help it. Another win for the toe. My butt chin is leaving. Let's get more into what we've got for today. Keep chipping in. Let's go on a rally. Let's get that 195 number down. Once we get into the ones, I'm a happy guy. And the deeper we get into those ones, but I'd really like to get deep into it too. Am I right, Johnny?
Oh.
Like a butthole.
Oh.
All right. Speaking of
gay sex.
Yeah, speaking of I meant a thumb, but that's fine. You can swing for the fences if you like to.
What is a thumb and a butthole but just like foreplay, I guess. I don't know.
Speaking of immigration, I saw this yesterday. President Trump is expected to sign an executive order today for an order that ensures truckers are qualified and proficient English speakers. I'll be honest with you. Why do they need to?
I'm more concerned with the reading comprehension thing because they're using like road signs, but that's about it.
I mean, maybe, yeah, but like if a truck driver's dropping, I'm going to have to use this phrase, dropping off a load, why does he need to be able to speak English?
Again, I don't think that he necessarily does.
I think this is just Trump's way of being like, this is how we're going to stop non-English speaking people from getting trucking jobs so we can have more for like legal Americans, basically. And also, I don't even know if that's enforceable. I don't think anyone who violates that executive order is like being thrown in jail.
How do you, you'd really have to go out of your way to do it because you got to then what? It's not like if the person's I'm going to just say random race, ethnicity, no reason. Say the person's a Somalian person who's here legally and they just got here and they got their trucking license and they got pumped through some of these companies that I've heard have a reputation of fast tracking that stuff.
Yeah.
What are you going to hold them account for other than the fact that they don't speak English? Everything else about them is legal.
Well, what's the deal with trucking? Do we have enough truckers? Do we need more? What's the lay of the land?
Like anything, corporations, especially shipping companies, like find it easier to use maybe people that are here like recently arrived because they don't have a whole lot of room to stand in terms of like, oh, well, I've got this background or this history. They kind of have to take the first job they can get. They're kind of flat on their ass. They've got some help and some assistances, but they got to get moving. So yeah, it's a little easier to do that. Whereas in American, like people that drive trucks that like have been living here, they're going to want to become their own owner operators where there's actual money.
It's definitely cheaper for the companies too.
Yep.
To do it that way. Thank you, Mr. Me, for gifting a membership over on YouTube. Keep passing those along, guys. We appreciate it. We're officially 190 away from today. Keep knocking it down $5 at a time, kids. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Keep those gifted membership chains on Rumble going. We've had 2 people break them now today. We've had Ryan the Garbage Man, which is disappointing. And now Chips and Diff is on the clock. Redbird with $1 says, talk to truck drivers. The number of illegals that are driving 80,000-pound trucks 90 miles per hour with less than 10 hours of training is horrifying. All right. See, I don't know. That's why I ask. Kyler with $2 says, no, we need that so much. deal with deliveries of very expensive goods. It's impossible to explain where to go to a non-English speaking driver. Using a translator app doesn't work the best either. Yeah, also the roadsides being in English and everything. It's
like I said, it's the biggest thing for me is the reading comprehension of the road signs and stuff. Because a GPS, especially the ones that talk to you, can be in whatever language you speak, so that's fine. You can know you're going to have to make a right here, there, or whatever. But you need to be able to read that sign and know what that sign is specifically saying.
Hey, if you translate it into Indian, does it become a Jeet PS?
Oh. I need water. That's not the only reason.
I feel like I deserve to get paid for that one. I feel like that was a solid little. Don't leave. I mean, don't. It wasn't that. Yeah, Jeet PS. It's a Jeet. It tells you where to go, but it tells you in the Indian voice. It wasn't that. I thought it was good. Somebody with $1 says, "Gotta exercise more, Aaron." Uh-oh. What's this clip? Just would not go away. I wasn't doing my dick sucking exercises. Hey, God damn it. Why? Why do I leave myself open like that? Why do I make it so goddamn easy? It's a rhetorical question, by the way. I am not searching for an answer. 190 away from today. Keep it going, boys and girls. We got a little rally going. Let's keep that rally going. Be a part of it. I don't care how. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Some people like Sam Show saying in the chat that that a lot of this Trump shit is performative. I would agree. It's very performative, and the more we get into like the trade war stuff, and the more the Dow stagnates, and the more prices don't come down, I do feel like people are going to give a shit about this kind of stuff less and less. I feel like in the first few days of the Trump administration, a lot of these executive orders were building goodwill with his base, and they were like, yeah, he's fucking awesome. I love this. But the more it's just performative executive orders and less tangential growth and improvement, I think people are going to start to get annoyed. I think Trump fans are a lot more forgiving than other political alignments, but their patience doesn't last forever. That's for sure. Hobo Chili says, well, Aaron's philosophy on dick sucking, how do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice. Practice. That's how you get to Carnegie Hall. You practice. That would be what people say. Thank you. Let's get to this Stephen A. Smith clip. So the Shadeur Sanders prank, there were two sports things that happened over the weekend that I thought were great. There's the Shadeur Sanders prank that the Atlanta Falcons defensive coordinator's college son did that I thought was really funny and ultimately really harmless. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Have a talking to with your kid. Don't do that again. And we can move on. Stephen A. Smith was incensed about this yesterday. Stephen A. Smith was pissed about the Shadeur Sanders prank phone call to the point where he was wishing violence on the son of the Falcons coordinator. Was it Ross Ulbrich, who did the prank? He was saying that Ulbrich should have kicked the shit out of his kid for prank calling Shadeur. I don't know. I personally thought that the Shadeur Sanders thing was hilarious.
Well, I mean, it's not like he legit made this guy believe for a while. They pretty much fessed up before the phone call was over that it was a prank. Like he knew he got had.
J-Rock Gnome Saying becoming a member for 2 months says meme copium and candlelight. What does it mean? So meme copium he playfully owned Nick yesterday, and Nick raged out on Twitter at him by saying, meme copium hasn't seen a child's anus without thinking of what it looks like in candlelight. And it's like, bro, you're the only person who took this to that place.
Just going to that place is a loss for you, sir?
I think a lot of former fans and current fans of his are kind of embarrassed because they're like, I didn't realize that this guy was always this unfunny and tragic. I don't know what it was. I don't know if you got swept up in something or whatever. But I'll be honest, he's never made me laugh. He's just not a funny guy. You know, he's just kind of a weird, rich kid with no social skills and affluenza who never learned how to be around people. It's why he's stuck in his house with no booze and no drugs for the next 5 years and no friends. It's actually a pretty tragic tale. Let's get into this Stephen A. Smith thing and his rant that he went on ESPN yesterday saying that Ross Ulbricht's kid should have gotten his ass kicked. I don't know if the prank call was that bad. 5 seconds or 30 for Stephen A.
I'm going to go with 30, but...
This
5.
is tremendous. A platform that allows businesses to
It's
send
a
gift cards and
fiver
money
for
right
old
to-
Stephen A.
I have a rhetorical question. Where is the picture of the kid? See, it's not criminal.
It's all over the place. Like screenshots, video. Isn't there like all kinds of shit about this kid out there?
Didn't we play a video yesterday?
Yeah, we played a video yesterday. It's all over the place. What are you talking about?
No. But it's unethical, it's classless, it's amoral to some degree, and I'd like to see
It sure was gosh darn hilarious.
The face of that kid. Because sometimes you need to be embarrassed. That's what needs to happen to you. Now, in my opinion, this kid, I sincerely hope to Jeff Ulbricht.
Jeff Ulbricht. I was calling him Ross Ulbricht. I'm sorry. But like, I think most people saw the prank and thought it was funny.
Yeah, I don't know if Stephen A. Smith knows this or not, but his words might be better aimed at the kid that got pranked.
At Shadeur Sanders?
Yeah, because regardless of whether or not Shadeur Sanders is a great football player or if his dad is part of the reason that this whole situation went the way it did, he literally has been repeatedly, like according to other people, repeatedly apparently been the most entitled motherfucker on the planet. So like just kind of walks around with, oh, you know who the fuck I am, like dining on his dad's card and everything. So
and before he's ever played a snap in the NFL too. And
right.
he
so
played
it's like,
and he
I'm
played
sorry.
on a losing college football team. Like he was not a winning quarterback.
Right. And then at the combine, he didn't even perform.
He didn't throw at the combine, no.
Yeah. So it's just I'm sorry, but like if you want to say like you need to be shamed, like yeah, no, somebody who puts together a room for themselves during the draft party that's just all about legendary. Like I'm sorry, you're
Right.
not legendary. Nothing you've done is legendary.
Not only that, I love when we're supposed to feel bad for guys who make a shitload of money. And Shadeur Sanders probably did because you have name, image, and likeness dollars you can make in college now. These college athletes can get wealthy. So Shadeur Sanders, we're supposed to feel bad that a kid who's probably already a millionaire got pranked. Big fucking deal.
I sincerely hope he...
And we're also talking about... we're talking about it in a sport where guys get fucking brain damage. Like, is a prank really the end of the world?
Yeah, I feel like a phone call is not as much as a CAT scan might later reveal.
Whipped his kid's ass. That's an ass whipping. That is a required ass whipping. So you're...
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Stephen A. Smith says the kid that did a prank call of an entitled athlete should have physical violence performed upon him for making a crank call. I can't imagine what Stephen A. Smith thinks should be done to Jim Florentine after all those years on Crank Anchors.
I'm
telling you right now, no, Johnny, because I'm going to tell you right now, I didn't think special ed was funny. You don't call places pretending to be a retard and then yell, yay. That's bull. He should have had his ass whipped for that one. But no, Stephen, no, wait a minute. No, Jim Florentine is very funny. Special ed was a very funny character. I don't think we can sit here and say that he should have his ass kicked, Stephen A. What I'm saying is that if Jim Florentine thinks that making crank calls for money is funny, maybe he should have his ass whipped too. I would die for that Mad Dog Stephen A. conversation. Yes. Crank Yankers. Ethical or not. I saw an episode where there was a British man calling about cock. His name was Miles Standish, but he was a man playing a character, making crank phone calls, asking if the black cock was bigger. Well, I am here to say unequivocally it is. But I'm also here to say that Jim Florentine and Adam Carolla should have the shit kicked out of them.
Dad is a defensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons. You go into his laptop computer and find a number for Shadeur Sanders. You prank call him. First of all, it was cruel and it was classless to Shadeur.
I'm going to tell you this. It was nice of Shadeur to get a taste of his own medicine, but also it's the hardest working college kid in America. I gotta say that shows a level of stick-to-itiveness that you don't usually see.
I'm kind of Steven's turning me on this, like with him being kind of like I thought he was more like upset about the prank in general. He's more upset about the fact that it's fucking with his dad's shit. Like that part I respect and I agree.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. I am kind of focused on how funny the prank call was.
Right.
And how, the reaction he got from it.
He's kind of fucking with his dad's shit.
You are, yeah. Well, that might be where the ass whooping part comes from. That's a good, I'll give it to Stephen A there. You're fucking with your dad's job because the NFL doesn't think it's as funny as I do.
Right.
It jeopardized your dad.
It's true.
What if the Atlanta Falcons didn't believe it was your dad, that it was just you? What if they had believed it was him? And I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't believe the defensive coordinator for the Falcons. I don't believe that man did. I don't believe he had anything to do with this. I think
right. He thinks he's got a shit bag for a kid. But you got to...
Or a hilarious kid.
It's all about perspectives. From the perspective of a 20-year-old kid and a sports fan, this is really fucking funny. From the perspective of the league and coaches and everybody else, this is not only shitty and dumb, it's also terrifying that it could happen to one of them. And to the people who are being drafted, it's a shitty thing to have to worry about too. But you can't blame the kid for thinking it's funny.
It is funny.
It is funny.
It would be unfair to accuse him of that. But what if the Falcons didn't believe him? What if the NFL didn't believe him? Your dad could have lost his job. And because you want to prank somebody, okay, and be cruel and insensitive, knowing what Shadeur must have been going through, you would be some privileged little brat that would do something like that and take joy out of somebody's misery like that at the expense of your father right now. Who was thinking about? We've talked about a lot of things in football. Have we ever talked about Giuffre Albrecht? Have we ever mentioned him on national television? But he's a household name this morning because...
Not really. I got his fucking name wrong. I called him Ross Albrecht. Which
Not only is he going to be out of a job, but nobody will remember who he was.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's a here today, gone tomorrow kind of a thing.
Yeah.
I think it's over. It's fine.
Again, like you said, I'm not feeling really bad. Oh, it's a mean thing to do to take joy in that. I question whether or not Shadeur Sanders has ever done anything like that to any other person, and taken joy in it. So I'm until I know that man's literally, free of doing anything, I'm not gonna judge him.
I know that Shadeur Sanders is gonna have any time he plays the Atlanta Falcons circled on his calendar. He's gonna want to fuck them up. By the way, Ross Albrecht, the name I had in my head.
Yeah.
He was the creator of the Silk Road, the darknet deal.
So not the same.
No, different guy. Jeff Albrecht would fucking suck at creating the Silk Road, and Ross Albrecht would be terrible at creating a defense.
Oh, yeah.
In the National Football League. That's for sure. Potato Head Case says, I can't wait until Stephen A. Smith is president. Yeah, remember, we're talking to future U.S. president Stephen A. Smith.
I'll admit that'll be interesting.
I'm here for it. I'm here for President Stephen A. Smith.
I'm not going to rule it out. I want to hear. I'm more than willing to hear the man's opinions on how things should be done. I've disagreed with some stuff and agreed with others. So let's see how he does.
190 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, let's go ahead and do it now. We got about an hour and 15 minutes left. I think we were in rougher shape yesterday, and we made it. If you're feeling generous, let's rally up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and see if we can't bang out that 190 and keep it a perfect week here on the toe. Disney is having to come up with a reason why their Star Wars shit isn't making money anymore.
Okay.
They've made changes. I think that Kathleen Kennedy is out.
That's just, she's still there.
Is she?
Yeah.
I thought they removed her.
That's what everybody said. It's one of those weird things where it's like they removed her, but she's still there. Somebody was explaining to me earlier. I don't know enough of it, but I just remember the general gist I got from somebody who's informed was that, it was a kind of a PR stunt.
Huh. So it was one of those things to get her out of the spotlight.
Yep.
But keep her around. Well, the Star Wars shit has just not done well. They've done a lot. Remember when the prequels, like after the prequels were done, and everyone had thought that George Lucas had like sullied the brand?
Yeah.
With the prequels. And now this amazing thing has happened. Disney bought it, fucked it up even harder. Basically everything that wasn't The Mandalorian, people have hated and they thought it was dog shit. Well, now there's this new phenomenon that's going on where people are now going back and looking at the prequels with fondness.
Right?
Because Disney fucked it up, and this Rian Johnson guy and everyone else, they fucked it up so bad that people are like, oh man, remember the good old days of like Revenge of the Sith? And they're like, wait, what? Red Letter Media only has a successful movie review channel because they made all these videos, the Mr. Plinkett videos, shitting all over the Star Wars prequels, and it went viral. People loved it. And now people are going back in time. Back in time. Don't go driving 88. I don't want to be late again. So they're going back in time now. Got to be back in time. Sorry. They got to go back now and look upon the prequels with fondness after shitting all over them for decades. It is one thing to make a shitty movie. We all saw Thor: The Dark World. Anybody can make a dog shit movie. It takes a special kind of fuck up to make movies so bad that you alter the perception of time and quality.
On other movies.
Disney has fucked up so bad. They have made such shitty movies, and it has made such a cosmic impact that they have made other movies decades old better.
By comparison.
There aren't many I'm trying to think, what other movies have done that? The Rocky movies didn't. They came out with Rocky Balboa. That was an improvement over Rocky 5. Snow White. But no, because Snow White was never seen as a shitty movie.
It was seen as the whole thing being a pile of shit.
No. I'm talking about the original 1930 whatever Snow White. That was always seen as a classic. I'm talking about something that was so fucking bad. But then something else came out that was so dog shit.
I've got nothing.
It's really.
I was thinking RoboCop, but that was seen as a really great movie. And then, like, as time has gone on, people have been like, yeah, but it's so dated with the technology and everything else. Like, guys, we're remaking RoboCop, villain of the series, Michael Keaton. Yeah. And then they put the movie out. Like, yeah, never mind. We're going to go back to those.
And then remember they brought Michael Keaton back for the Flash movie.
Yeah, to save Batman because they fucked up the universe with everything they did there. And Ben Affleck said, fuck y'all, I'm out. And then that kind of didn't go anywhere either. Dude, that is the biggest fuck up DC ever did. You had Henry Cavill to play Superman. You had Ben Affleck to do Batman movies. You could have built a fucking, universe franchise like Marvel did off of that. Yeah. Well, then Disney does The Mandalorian and they have CGI aged down Luke Skywalker. And you're sitting there going, wait a minute. You had this technology at your disposal and you did the fucking horse shit that you did with Luke Skywalker in those new movies? Where he was like a play fighting astral projection and then he got tired and then died. And yeah. Ooh, that astral projection hurt. It really took the life out of me. Better Better die now.
First of all, the lazy old fuck. Obi-Wan went traveling with him and Han Solo, and he actually went and fought Vader. Luke Skywalker was a lot younger than Alec Guinness was, and now, what? He has to fucking sit on a rock because he can't be bothered? What a dick. What a dick. So they ruined Luke Skywalker, but then in The Mandalorian, they bring him back, and they're like, hey, remember right after Empire, Luke? There he is again, and he's stealing a baby Yoda. We couldn't do that before. Sam Show says there was a whole extended universe of Star Wars that was in like comics and books and video games, and Disney just pissed all over it.
Yeah. The Mandalorian gave people hope because fuck the director dude's name.
The guy.
Yeah. He but yeah, so Favreau or yeah,
who gives a shit? Favreau.
Yeah, Favreau was going to, like, he started The Mandalorian. He was a big person who's like, no, I'm going to stay true to, like, the source material and things like that. And then they just kind of started whittling away from that to the point where they drove him away from that project and everything else. And after he left, I'm sorry, but Kathleen Kennedy murdered the rest of it. It's dead.
Oh, yeah, wasn't that, like, Christopher Lloyd and Jack Black and Lizzo were in The Mandalorian?
No, that's when they kind of kicked him out, but yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yep. When The Mandalorian took a shit.
People are. Someone asked. Bigot on socialist media says, "Does Disney do animation anymore?" Yeah, really shitty ones, like terrible. Well, I'm sorry. The animation is fantastic. Their animation.
Dude, they
is
even
still
ruined
good.
that crap. You guys bought you guys bought Pixar after they start releasing some seriously big hit, like nice anime movies, and then so you start literally franchise the thing.
Franchise the damn thing.
So they start franchising all the movies out, and to the point where they start shitting on the source material, which is those movies. Like, oh guys, we want to do we want to do more of like a live action styled movie about Buzz Lightyear, but we need to make him gay.
That's
actually,
true.
No, I don't think we need to do that at all.
But they did. They made him gay. They turned. But that's the example I keep going back to. Is like, hey, do they do animated movies anymore? Yeah, they just did another like a Toy Story spinoff thing. Wow, that's crazy. Toy Story spinoff. Who'd they go with? Buzz Lightyear. Oh my God, I love Buzz Lightyear. He's like the greatest. So they got Tim Allen back for No. So there's like a guy playing Buzz Lightyear who's not Tim Allen. No. Yeah, but he's just flying around infinity and beyond, right? Well, we're going to make it grittier and like he's a soldier and everything. Oh, okay. So it's going to be a little darker. That's awesome. But that's going to be the only change, right? We're going to make him gay. But
said nobody ever.
But isn't
the character was based off of a kid's show?
But isn't it a kid's movie? Yes, it's a kid's movie, but we're Disney and we think they should see gay.
So they have to kiss.
Guys are really just not even hiding the PDF file thing anymore, are you? Nah.
Remember when it was a freaking news story that someone found a penis in one of the wave doodles of The Little Mermaid?
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, guys, they're drawing dicks. And
that was my dad.
Well, what if he kissed one?
Yeah, right. It went from, oh my God, there's a penis in the clouds of the Lion King to them going, what if he sucked the penis? It's like, guys, I don't think that's the direction. I don't think that's why people were mad. I don't think they were mad because they didn't suck on the cock that was in the. They're mad that the cock was there. Guys, we are 190 away. We have completely stagnated. Let's see if we can rally up a little bit, create another win for the toe. We got a little over an hour left. Let's get the ones and twos and fives dried up. Let's see if we can get the big guns out and knock this thing out today. Oh, shit, I've got stickers. $20 gets a couple of stickers. I'll throw them out there. I want to get a win for the toe. So no, everybody's fucking bored with the Disney thing. No money's coming in for the Disney thing. So I'll just say this real quick.
Yeah, fuck off.
They're talking about Disney fucking up Star Wars, that their new shit isn't working. And Disney said, well, it's only because there's Star Wars fatigue. It's because the fans, they just don't want Star Wars anymore. Well, last weekend, there was a Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith re-release in theaters. It did $25.2 million, making it one of the top grossing re-release weekends in box office history. So not only is Kathleen Kennedy and Disney wrong about Star Wars fatigue, but they're even getting outshone by the shitty Star Wars movies.
Right.
The ones that everybody thought was the shitty trilogy is now back, and people are like, this Disney shit is so fucking bad. I'll take the prequels.
Just remember, oh, dude, it's Order 66. He's about to murder the younglings. Those were the days.
Man, this Disney shit is really bad. Can we go back to when Darth Vader murdered children? That's what I want to see. All right, guys, let's make this the start of a rally. $2 from 191 Redbird. He says the recent Pixar animated movie that was a huge success had a gay romance between 9-year-olds written out last minute. Disney, ladies and gentlemen.
There's a reason why I don't want my daughter to watch Pixar movies.
I mean, Jesus.
Like the old ones I'd be fine with.
Until you watch those and you're like, oh, I see what they're doing. Cars, they're all trying to bump gas nozzles. Hey, wait a minute.
Hold on.
God created gas pump and sleeve, not gas pump and Steve.
I'd say the best new animated movie has got to be Hoodwinked. But what's gas pump?
This is the gas pumps touching each other.
Oh.
Instead of going in to the
kids call it docking.
Kids call it that. And isn't that the problem? Thank you, 191 Redbird, for the $2. That puts you at 124, and you are solidly in first place. Orange Boy in second with 100. I know Gray Duckling's putting up some numbers. He's in third place, looking at $80. It's pretty good. And Brian M. in fourth with $50. Go ahead and chip in, everybody. Let's get that 190 down and give us a shot at calling it another win for the toe. Well, let's move on so we can make some money because nobody's going to give a shit.
Good.
Hey, you know that Christy Nome purse snatch story?
Yeah, the dude that footed a purse away from her that had $3,000 in cash. That part still, I'm not letting that go. What the heck are you running around with $3,000 in cash for?
$3,000 in cash, had a bunch of other stuff in it, makeup, things like that. Well, they found out who did it, and the person who did it, and I gotta say, this might be the dumbest fucking move I've ever heard anyone pull. An illegal immigrant. An illegal immigrant stole the purse of the head of Homeland Security. Oof. That's like, remember like in you'd play Grand Theft Auto and you just crack someone in the head with a bat right in front of a cop and then immediately 2 stars lit up and you're like, ah, shit. I did not mean to pull that move. Damn it.
I was just trying to inspect the rocket launcher. I didn't mean to fire.
Oh, I just blew up 3 cop cars. That helicopter's going to be here to snipe me shortly. Motherfucker. Oh. So, yeah, they found out the guy who stole Christy Nome's purse was an illegal, and I can't imagine they're going to be too kind once it's all over, once they find the guy.
I can't wait to hear about what a good dad he is. And,
that's true. Yeah, he was a good dad. He was a family man. He was, he volunteered at his church on the weekends.
Dude, he's just stealing this purse to feed his family, all right?
MSO, right? You know, MSO with a good point. He writes, first mistake, having a head of Homeland Security that carries a purse. I mean, it is. I mean, to have $3,000 in your purse when you work on the government dime. I mean, act like you ain't got a company credit card, motherfucker. Put your cash away. Redbird with $1 says, I've given you way too much money. See you next week. I agree. You've been very, very generous, Redbird. I appreciate that $1. Everybody else now, kick Redbird out of the top 4 for saying he's done now. Everybody throw in 126. Now let's just kick him right out of the tops. I want to get that 190 to move. We've got about an hour left. I mean, I know we've made that work before, but we've gotten so used to just knocking out goals on this show that I'm hoping we can do it today, too. So let's get on a move. More planes falling apart. I'm working on a theory that the entire domestic plane supply in the United States is aging out at the same time, and the airlines don't want to reinvest in new planes, and that's why engines are coming in on fire. Planes are tipping over. We've got planes that go up in the air, and then, oh, shit, we got to go back, and we've been hearing a lot of these stories lately. Well, on a flight from Atlanta to Chicago, passengers were forced to hold up a portion of a plane's ceiling after it collapsed during the flight. Delta Flight 2417 passengers were given an unfortunate task on April 14th when they were forced to hold up ceiling panels of the aircraft for what was described as 30 to 45 minutes. I guess you can just be thankful that it was late in the flight that the ceiling decided to fucking collapse. Tom Witchy, a 35-year-old from Chicago, told People that during takeoff, he and another passenger heard a sound that they assumed was a bag banging against the overhead bin. But when you assume, you get a plane ceiling crashing on your fucking skull. However, shortly after takeoff, the sound became a loud banging noise before a panel of the plane came off, crashing down and hurts inside, nearly hitting an older woman who was seated in the row ahead of him. Witchy said the panel was hanging on by a thread, so he grabbed the corner closest to him to prevent it from hitting his row of passengers as the plane was ascending. Oh, so this was happening at the beginning. They said they had to hold it for 35 minutes.
So it was like the whole ride?
The plane starts taking off. It gets into the air, and all of a sudden, like, okay, the last thing you want to hear when you're flying is like loud banging noises and you want to see shit crashing down like that. That's shit your pants material. That's
This is
really
your captain
bad.
speaking. If you'll look to your left and then to your right, head on a swivel, motherfucker. This thing's coming apart.
The men across from me and diagonally across did the same, the man told the outlet. The flight crew was unable to assist at the time due to the period of forced seating during the ascent. Yeah, so you couldn't even stand up to hold this thing up. They have you in your seatbelts during the ascent. So you're just sitting there kind of doing one of these, sitting remarkably uncomfortable on the plane. Now, after about 10 to 15 minutes, flight attendants eventually came to investigate. So these guys are holding up this plane for 15 minutes before anyone comes to help, which led to passengers having to hold up the falling panel until a solution was found. We kept holding it as they alerted the pilots and searched their inventory for...
I don't know. The
duct tape.
tools to fix it. Duct tape?
Duct tape.
No.
They were going to duct tape that ceiling back to the top of the plane and fly to Chicago. This went on for another 30 minutes or so. Images from the incident show the extent of the damage. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah. There it is. A whole center panel just dropping off the plane.
Thank God for duct tape.
What the hell is going on these flights? Like, literally, I'm not even exaggerating. Every day now, there's like engines on fire. There's planes that are coming. Like, honestly, Delta, American, like all these airlines are turning into the planes that the Indians were flying on in Major League. Like, just we're going to be coming in on little prop planes that are going to be smoking and backfiring as they land.
I've never flown, and I kind of think now I don't want to.
I've never had anything like this happen before. I always thought the worst thing you had to worry about was like being on a Spirit plane and getting punched in the head. You know, I always thought as long as you stayed off Spirit Airlines, you were fine. But I don't know. Rusty Grammer says, still want to fly in a month, Aaron? I don't think I'm going to have to hold up a ceiling. Dead Game says, think of the money they saved not servicing. Saved a lot of money on, not keeping the ceilings up.
So as one of those passengers, do you like demand that the airline refund you some money or something? If nothing else, you'd be like, hey, I was technically an employee for at least 15 minutes.
I think you've got to give them something, right? Got to. The passenger claimed a missing screw or bolt was likely the reason for the dangling panel, and the eventual solution was provided by the passengers themselves. Oh, God. So
the
even
people on the plane fixed it.
The people on the plane had to take care of it.
Fuck.
One of the flight attendants scoured the plane until a man ahead of us offered bright yellow Scotch tape he happened to have. And that's what she and several other people used to tape it up. It would be funny if some guy like busted out a portable nail gun. Like goes, here, I got it. Puts it back up. And they're like, hey, how the fuck did you get a nail gun on the plane and why? Don't worry about it. Thank you, I think is what the words you're looking for. Thank you. Now, could you hold still, please? A picture of the tape job with the caption reassuring was provided by, oh my God.
Yeah, no, guys, no.
So look at the size of the panel they had to hold up. It's the size of 1 or 2 whole rows. And they had to put up yellow Scotch tape to keep it up there. And by the way, that looks like one of those tape jobs where they started with a few pieces and then the thing started coming down and they went, oh shit, and just started loading it up with more tape.
Right.
They even had
Every
this piece to hold these two pieces in place. They had a reinforcement piece right here. Jesus.
Guys.
I still want to fly in a month, by the way.
I don't. I'm not flying at all. Jesus, man.
Delta said in a statement that, I'm going to be flying Delta too.
Uh-oh.
Yay. Delta said I hear with Delta now, as long as the plane stays right side up when you land, that's a win. So Delta said in a statement that the company wanted to thank its customers for their patience and cooperation. We apologize for the delay in their travels, Delta added. The airline said the aircraft returned to Atlanta due to cabin maintenance, and the flight continued after about a 2-hour delay on another aircraft. Days earlier, a flight from Santa Ana, California to Atlanta reportedly suffered a similar fate when a ceiling panel fell and allegedly hit a passenger. Again, this is my theory. The planes are all falling apart. A few days prior to that incident, a different string of bad luck hit Delta passengers in Atlanta when nearly 300 people had to spend the night on the tarmac. What the fuck?
So what? They stayed the night in the plane
due to bad weather. However, severe weather in the Peach State caused both flights to be diverted to Montgomery. Once the planes landed on the tarmac at about 10:30, the passengers on board were asked to stay put until the plane could take off. That was another Delta flight. They sat on their planes until about 5:30 a.m. 7 hours, and didn't make it to Atlanta until the middle of the day. The spokesperson said the doors on both flights remained open during the long wait. Oh, well, then it's fine.
So the air could get in, you wouldn't want.
It's totally okay. Jesus. Dr. Silverwolf with $5. Holy shit, thank God. Says duct tape. If it's good enough for red green, it's good enough for me. If the women don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy. I love that the passengers are the one who had to fix the problem. Ultimately,
right? None of the crew.
Dr. Silverwolf with another $2 says, why does he randomly have Scotch tape? Well, what do you travel with?
How was he going to bind their hands together later?
Yankee says, I'm flying in June. Hopefully I'll get a nice settlement out of it. Yeah. Veldrain with $1 says, was the sponsor of that flight Vanilla Ice, Forest Black, or Matchbox 20? Why do I not get it?
I don't know.
Why do I not get it? Here's what I don't get. Money. We're 185 away from today's goal. It looks like we're heading for a hell of a beating today. We got less than an hour left in today's show, and yes, we are 185 away. If you feel like throwing in, take pity upon the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. There's Nicholas with $10. Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with a nice 10 spot for the old toe. Okay, 175. We can work with this. Keep it moving. 175 away from today's goal. Knock it down. 10, $20 at a time. Let's keep it going. Mr. Me with $5 says, when are you going to teach Johnny how to box, preferably in a hot tub? You're combining a lot of steel toe lore into one thing.
See, I'd take the first part, but I don't know. Can you do that in a wheelchair?
I have a question about the hot tub stream that I don't think I've ever asked. So Matt and Grinch Girl have told me before that they saw very early on that something was up with April, especially by watching the show. With the hot tub stream and everything else, did you ever think anything was a little funky dunky?
I had suspicions that later seemed accurate, but I didn't. I mean, who am I to judge? Maybe I thought I was maybe just being jealous because I don't do hot tubs. Like, so this is clearly specifically not to allow me in. I see.
You saw it as a personal slight.
Mm-hmm. So I assumed that I was just biased and not totally accurate.
Sam Show says, I have that whole stream on my Rumble. Well, playing that stream on my show will put me in jail. 170 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. All right, now we got about an hour left. And we're at 170.
It's doable.
Not
we
bad.
Made that swing yesterday.
I think if we keep this momentum going that we've got right now, I think that 170 is very doable. Keep going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Dub says, even throw dimes at Aaron like Kiki drops dimes on Aaron. Make it hail. Thank you. No, Tim, I'm good. I think they're desperate enough without me. Sorry about that, Tim. Sorry about the L's we keep handing them. You should just come over here full time. You'll be fine. All right, let's go to let's open up those 8 o'clock hour stories. And while we do, you guys help us knock out that 170, and let's call it a win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's go ape shit. Let's hammer this thing out, and let's bring it home for another day. You guys started about $20-25 ahead. We appreciate that. You guys have been doing an amazing job lately. Let's finish it up and call it another win for the toe. Johnny, you are on at 1 o'clock today?
Yeah, I'm going to try to be on. The weather's really been screwing with me, so we'll see how I'm feeling.
The audience last night was very upset. You and Digger were on, and then you left right around. They wanted me to stream snipe you guys. And I said, when we knock out this last $30 in the goal here, we'll go ahead and do it. And then when they did it, you guys had gone away.
Well, there was issues with I reset my router because like the KBS thing was being a problem again, and I have no idea why. But so I fixed that issue, and then there was a thing with the weather coming in, and I needed to get I needed coffee and stuff to do today's show because I don't want to get like too medical on people, but when the humidity and the temperature and stuff fluctuate like it has been in Minnesota around here, it can get really hinky with your MS stuff. And so you've seemed like you like the not energy levels, like it seems like you not that your energy level's not up, but you get tired. Yeah,
you wear down.
Fatiguing really, really fast. And I don't know if anyone's noticed, but it's happened at least twice today. It happened like 3 or 4 times yesterday. There'll be points where my muscles decide to start contracting, whether I want them to or not, and it practically flexes me out of this chair.
Wow. Do your muscles feel better when the goal gets hit?
A little bit, yeah.
Awesome.
Actually, I relax more. The more mentally I relax, the better.
Let's do that. I think that sounds like a good idea then. 170 is the number. Get after it, boys and girls. We appreciate it. All right. Off we go. Did you know that the pill is apparently like, or the not the birth control pill, the abortion pill could be dangerous? I didn't know this.
I didn't know, but color me surprised. A pill that suddenly makes your body eject a natural thing that it's supposed to do and just makes it, abort.
Well, I guess the pro-choice people have been kind of covering up the numbers because insurance data came out that shows the risk of serious adverse events from the abortion pill is 22 times higher than previously reported. That's a little fucked up. There's this weird thing with the pro-choice movement where they don't want to even mention not doing abortion. Right. It's this weird thing where it doesn't seem pro-choice as much as it seems pro-aborting babies. And it's creepy because It's like they want to keep information from women. It's like if the woman wants to get an abortion, you can still give her all the information about it and she can still have it done. I mean, this idea that you got to keep things like adverse health effects, that you have to keep that data from them because, yeah, you really need, like, it's not your womb, bitch. Like, isn't that their whole attitude towards pro-life people? Like, it's not your body.
Right.
Like, well, it's not yours either. So if the person wants to come in and get all the information, why would you keep that from them unless you have this weird death cult fascination with just getting women to get abortions? It's very weird to me. I can understand why the doctors maybe downplay it because they want to prescribe the drug and there's all kinds of perks and benefits when you prescribe certain medications. I mean, our medical system is very, very crooked. It's really shitty.
It's worse than my teeth. Oh, speaking of which, sometime I got to find a new dentist if you got any suggestions.
Not the one I went to. Dub with $1 says 10 dimes. Oh, they're throwing dimes at me like the Keanu thing. They're throwing dimes.
Thank you.
Tim with $1 says $100 if Johnny does 20 push-ups. Here's the deal, Tim, and I know this upsets you, but we've been in a really good spot lately. So misses, if they happen once in a while. They happen. Do I want to miss by 170? Fuck no. I've still got pride. Jeez, I'm in a little pride.
I mean, I don't think I could do 20, but I think like 5 to 10 would probably be very, very manageable because my legs are going to stilt out on me anyway. So if I could just back my feet up.
You could do push-ups?
Yeah.
Okay, now I kind of want to see this. Now the $100 thing has me curious.
Well, the thing is we can't do this like now. I don't have a way to set up a camera on the floor so you can.
That's fine. You just made me curious because you said I can actually do push-ups. I would have thought that was a no-go.
Well, there's a fucking laundry list of things we have to do to put me in a position so I can do it. But yeah, if I back my feet up to like the flat up against a wall so they can't kick out on me,
yeah,
my muscles will tense up enough on their own to hold my legs together. Then I just. I don't know if you guys know this. When you do wheelchair stuff, the arms just get fucking ripped, man. Like you can't even. Oh shit, you can't see it on the camera because of the cut. But yeah, that one's crap. See what I mean?
What'd you do? Now what?
I moved forward and I flexed my arm and my body went, it's time to stretch.
Really?
Yeah, it's called muscle spasticity and it gets better and worse. I used to, I'll be honest, I used to medicate it with a shit ton of baclofen and that keeps it manageable. But it was so bad to the point that I was seeing physical therapists for weakness in other parts of my body. And then while I was seeing those physical therapists this last time around, I had that dust up with my neurologist. I started cutting back all of my medications except for my antidepressants. And holy shit, am I doing better. Like there's complications and difficulties like dealing with this shit. But I'm physically healthier. I'm stronger and I feel better about life overall. So it's just better move.
So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But you still...
I mean, there's side effects and downsides to it, but overall, yeah.
Yeah, part of that could be just getting old. I'm sure there's lots of people in their 40s who watch this program who flex and they pull something, you know.
Oh, dude, I'm not even flexing and pulling something. Just my muscles taunted up. But yeah, no, dude, you can't see it as much with the lighting, but fucking the definition is coming in. My arms are strong as shit. I mean, really, it's just about holding my legs out flat. And once I kick them up the right way, they'll do it themselves till it hurts.
Well,
That's why I
hot
don't
shit.
sleep so well.
Approachable says the problem is Plan B is over the counter. You don't need a prescription or doctor or pharmacist consult. So drug companies want to keep side effects hush hush and pay a lot to keep it that way. Yeah. I mean, that's big money, all those medications. You start telling women that misoprostol and this other shit has serious side effects, they might think twice. Someone else asking in the chat, so what's healthier, that pill or a coat hanger? Well, you know, if you do it right, you don't get an infection because the coat... You know what? It's not important. It's not important. But yeah, there's a new report coming out that the insurance agencies did a look-see, and they find a woman's 22 times more likely to have serious harm to her health than previously reported. This, to me, smacks of... We just want to keep... This doesn't smack of like a pro-choice like issue or a pro-choice like propaganda. This strikes me purely as financial.
Yeah. Because it's not like it's preventing the abortions without the pills. There's plenty of other ways you can get abortions. But this way is cheap, easy, and you don't have to think about it. You just pop a pill and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, 1.34% got an infection. Well, yeah, because you're expelling a lot of shit. 3.31% got hemorrhaging. God,
that's really bad.
That is fucked up. 4.73% had an ER visit. 2.84 repeated surgical abortion. 5.68% other abortion-specific complications. Those were the adverse effects. Oh, wait a minute. So 2.84% of the people who took the pill, the abortion pill, had to go in and have a surgical abortion because it didn't take. I mean, color me as one of the people who always thought that you just took it. It happened. It all worked out. It was fine.
Nah, dude, you can't trust medications.
God damn.
There's always shit they're not going to tell you about.
Well,
I've been finding that lesson out the hard way time and time again.
Chevy fan says Aaron's pro-choice at the Quick Trip Roller Grill. I don't know. Those double bacon cheeseburgers are pretty good. What can you do? We're still 170 away, guys. I would appreciate a little help on knocking out that goal. Please and thank you. We were right about here yesterday, weren't we?
Yep.
We were right about at 170 yesterday at this very time. Do we have any heroes on today's show? We will see. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Get in there. Throw a couple of bucks our way. Give us a fighting chance to hammer this thing out in the next 45 minutes. God, I tell you what, man, CNN is on one, boy. They are... I think CNN smells blood in the water. I think they're tired of being Trump's punching bag, and they're seeing a little bit of struggle, and they are just going after him.
Who are they going after now?
The Trump administration. I mean, everything that they're doing. I got 3 different articles today from CNN alone that is basically them cheering for a recession.
Well, we had such a gangbuster economy until Trump got here, so of course they're bitter. I mean, didn't you hear the last 4 years, the economy was great. We recovered from the COVID pandemic we self-inflicted way better than any other country.
Well, the 3 articles that I have here include one by CNN Business. Now, CNN Business is supposed to just, cover the economy, cover business, things like that. This Allison Morrow from CNN seems like a real straight shooter. The title of her article yesterday, How to Trash an Economic Superpower in 100 Days. So not only were we totally fine before, everything was great, we were doing awesome, but also in the last 100 days, we've just completely fucked the whole thing up and wrecked it. Damn near killed it. That's, by the way, just one of the articles by CNN. Let's see how this journalistic piece plays out. The president doesn't control the economy, right? Well, I mean, when you guys are in charge, that's certainly what you say. Every election year, that's the reminder we get from historians, politicos, journalists, and academics of all stripes. It's practically a cliche. Voters make choices based on gas prices and grocery bills, even though those are largely out of any one politician's control. The political adage isn't wrong per se. It is, in fact, difficult for a single president to drastically improve the economy writ large. Okay, this sounds like a defense of Trump, so you know there's a but coming.
Oh, there's a huge but coming.
But President Donald Trump is proving that a politician can absolutely harm the economy when they lack any regard for the consequences borne largely by the people who elected them. Now, a couple of things about this. Number one, this works out so well for CNN and this Allison Morrow. So when the economy goes really well, they don't have to give Trump any credit because they can say, well, a president doesn't control the economy.
Right.
But if it goes shitty or it doesn't, skyrocket right away, they can go, oh, but he can fuck it up. we don't have to blame him, or we don't have to give him credit if it goes well, but we absolutely have to blame him if it goes wrong.
Especially since we don't like him.
That is a wonderful frame job. And by the way, it's 100 days. I was thinking about this morning before I came downstairs to start the show. I was brushing my teeth, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, what does 100 days mean? You know what I mean? Like, what's the fascination with 100 days?
People are stupid. Back in the day when it started being a thing, I guess, like, it took so much work to get shit done. Like, it might have been a thing. But now with cell phones, digital communication, and everything else, paperwork and everything else, you could fly so much shit through the door in 100 days. Who gives a fuck? But in terms of the economy turning around, I don't know. It took Biden 4 years to tank it.
Well, he had help, though, with all the stimulus checks. And I think Trump and Biden's combined handling of COVID really set in motion. It was funny because when they started sending out those checks, we were even saying on our show when we were on the radio, we're like, this is going to be bad
idea.
For inflation.
There's a bill that comes with this fucking thing.
This is not good. So CNN wrote that article, How to Trash an Economic Superpower in 100 Days. So there you go. We're not just struggling. We're not trying to redo all of our trade policy. We're completely trashed. Like, right. 100 days, Trump has trashed our entire economy. It's not running anymore. It's not working anymore. We're all living in mud huts. We have trashed an economic superpower. Then there was this article that we ran yesterday on the evening show. We won't go over it again, but millennials are giving Gen Z advice for their first potential recession. Like, CNN isn't even waiting for an actual recession to happen. They can't contain their pre-com for a potential recession.
Well, I'm sorry, was Gen Z literally born yesterday? Because a lot of us said we were living in a recession like 2 or 3 years ago.
CNN,
can't they just do the same shit there?
CNN addresses that in the article. They said that was never classified as a recession. And they're right, it wasn't, because once we hit the definition of recession during the Biden administration, which was 2 straight quarters of negative growth, we just changed the definition.
Yeah, that's my problem with the Biden administration. It's not that they did anything wrong. It's that the definitions changed the minute they did anything wrong. Like, no, that doesn't count. You don't get to do that.
Right. That's not the way it works? You don't just get to change it up?
No.
I thought you
and
did.
I'm sorry, but CNN can suck a big floppy dick, because that's not okay that you're going to sit here and be like, no, it's not a recession. It's not a recession. Oh, Donald Trump, plan for a potential recession. Why don't you just tell them, keep doing what you're doing, because shit's still going to be shitty.
Chevy fan writes, how to trash a household in 100 days. The Nick Rekieta story. Oh, boy.
It didn't take him 100
days. Yeah, I mean, it took him a few years of solid drug abuse to get that done. Guys, 170 away from today, and we're just about done with regulation, heading into overtime.
Uh-oh.
Just get me, here's what I'd like. Just get me an L I can live with. 170 is not an L I like. Look, 10 out of 11 perfect weeks. I can't ride that high forever. I understand that completely. Get me an L that I can live with, and I'm a happy guy. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. 170 is way too high, especially since we were at 200 at 8 o'clock. Like, we were on pace today.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that you and I have sucked so hard over the last 2 hours that we made $30.
That's worrisome.
Oh, boy. When you put it in that perspective, Jesus, you know what? I got to do the prep a little better tomorrow.
Hurts to touch, yeah.
That's got to be on me.
Mm-hmm.
120 in the first hour and a half. That's really good. That's fucking awesome. But 30 in 2 hours, that's a tale of two shows right there.
Yeah, it's a little different
my friend. It's a little different. Fair enough.
I blame Disney. That fucking stalled the boat big time.
MSO says, you had an L you could live with. You divorced her. That is mean. That is not very nice. My Lost Interest says Trump's only had 2 missteps. 1, appointing Elon to head Doge. I agree with that. I'm fucking sick of Elon Musk.
Yeah, I'm sick of Elon Musk being as public as he is.
If he didn't have any money, he'd be on like Celebrity Big Brother and he'd be the douche. That's who Elon would be. Number 2, tariffs on China. The China tariff could take it all down or be really good if a trade deal is reached. That's just it. If we can get a deal reached, it'll all have been worth it. Like I said, these tariffs are like the biggest gamble we've ever taken. I'm against tariffs. But if he wins and he gets a trade deal done and it works out better than what we had before, I'll take the L. I'll say I was wrong. I don't give a shit. But that doesn't mean I'm not worried about it. That's for sure. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants, 170 away from today. It also makes me have like zero confidence in the next thing I'm about to put forward because I have a series. It's like I put together a PowerPoint of slides of like, hey, look what CNN did today. And I'm like, wow, I got to finish this. Like, I got to finish it up.
Presentation seems to be taking a wrong turn, but we got to get it done.
I got to finish the presentation, but nobody gives a fuck. And we are drowning. Mr. Me with $5 says, can I get a drunk Ricada? I mean, you can have whatever you want. We're 165 away from knocking out today. I'm desperate. I should really try to maintain some dignity, but I really like going to 0.
Yeah.
On this whole goal thing. 165 away from today. If you feel like helping out, please do. This is the price of not doing the beg segment in the last 5 minutes. So here's the last CNN story we have, and you guys can shit all over this and you know, show that this is like when a basketball team gets a 20-point lead, and then all of a sudden they forget how to hit a shot and can't play defense. That's what I've been doing the last 2 hours.
Oh, shit.
So CNN, and by the way, in no way did CNN look through polling until they got the one they wanted and then stopped. Oh, wait, no, this is a CNN poll. And imagine this. A growing majority says Trump has made the economy worse, with most skeptical of his tariff plans. And you know what I like about this poll is that I'm sure that CNN only asked fair questions, and I'm sure they only polled a random sample of Americans from all over the country.
Okay.
A 59% majority of the public now says Donald Trump's policy have worsened economic conditions in the country, up from 51% in March and on par with the worst numbers. Oh, see, I would have kept this part a secret if I were CNN. On par with the worst numbers Joe Biden saw during his presidency. So Trump's low point, where he's got these tariffs going and he's trying to work out new trade deals, is at where Joe Biden was regularly during his administration.
Oh. I thought they were saying he was on par with where he was at his worst point.
With the worst numbers Joe Biden saw during his presidency. But worst numbers, I'm assuming he was hitting those a lot.
Oh, I don't know. They conveniently leave that part out so you can kind of make up your own mind on that one, I guess.
Now, these numbers that came out from CNN, Americans remain broadly unhappy with the nation's economy, and there's little enthusiasm for the White House's sweeping new trade policies, with the impact of new tariffs still largely to come. 6 in 10 already say that Trump's policies have increased the cost of living in their community, with just 12% saying his agenda has helped to bring prices down. Look, is CNN run by anti-Trump bags of shit? Absolutely. Does that mean that they're automatically wrong about how this could all end up for Trump? No.
But I wouldn't say that costs haven't come down. Gas has come down. Eggs have come down. Like, costs have come down, just not all across the board. And the tariff thing is a reason to be worried because so much of our shit's made in China right now.
I don't know. I just, I was worried about the tariff things to begin with. And I don't feel any better about him right now. So, but I also know that it's not going to get done overnight.
Mm-hmm.
I know that it's not going to, I know that we're not going to get new trade deals done immediately. I'm just glad that we're done with these fucking CNN stories because I picked them out towards the end of the show and they fucking bombed. We've been eating. I just can't get over the fact that in 2 hours we made $35 and I just fucking ate shit. This is a quarterbacking problem on this one. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's go. Get me a loss I can live with. I am totally over hitting the goal today. Totally over it. I just want a loss that I can live with. So if you got a few bucks to throw at the toe, let's see what we can do. I am not putting any of this on the audience. This is 100% a toe issue. Today's show has been the first half, great. The second half, remarkably subpar. I missed this. Who is this fucking guy? Because I've been seeing the memes of this dude all over the place. People have been calling him Pajit Jimmy Fallon and shit like that. And
yeah, I have no idea. It looks kind of like it looks a little bit like the setup of the 7-Eleven where there was a person dragging a garbage can, emptying the shelves, and then someone else came out and started like whacking him with like a stick or something.
Coltrane sent this in. I have to find where this guy came from because this guy was like, he was at some political event or some kind of newsworthy event. If somebody has a link or somebody has some info, I'll go check it out because I'm going to go with what you guys are sending in because certainly what I've picked ain't working.
It's time we impeach Donald J. Trump.
Okay, so that guy. But they put him in a 7-Eleven. They put him in the convenience store. Haha, very, very funny.
Oh.
I thought it was pretty good. But I don't know who that guy is or where he came from. Citizen M, we're not going to do the butter thing. I know you're a Melton guy, and you'd absolutely love that. And you guys hate that I've no-sold that and kind of made it my own thing. No, we'll lose if we lose. We win all the time. A loss here and there is totally fine. I'm sorry that it gets to you. But we'll be fine, Em. It's okay. You can keep begging, though, for the butter thing. You guys beg harder for that than we have for money in the last month. So thank you very much. It's good to know that I can still get to you even when you guys try. It's nice. I like it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get going. All right, we got a local news story out of Florida. Let's switch it up a little bit. Let's go to Florida and see if we can rally them up just a little. Otherwise, we're going to run out the clock until we get to 10:30. A Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office deputy shot and killed a suspect who had fatally stabbed his father with a sword early Saturday. This is why bullying nerds, again, I will say it again, is really, really important. Because you got these cocksuckers now that are, they collect their magic cards and they collect their action figures and all of that stuff. That's great. But they also do this thing where they're collecting ninja stars, they're collecting swords. And I know they seem harmless, and I know they look like, pale-skinned zombies, and how could they ever hurt me? These people fucking snap sometimes, all right? And when they snap, they stab people to death with the weapons that they possess.
I'm just saying, if I can get to you with my sword, then you had it coming. I move at the speed of smell.
According to the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, deputies responded to the 6400 block of Emerald Dunes Drive at around 3 a.m. I'm thinking that maybe we had a little bit of nip of meth. By the way, CJ with $2 says, here's a Michigan representative. He's a Michigan representative. Trump should deport him. All right, we'll see if we can get something on him. Thank you for the $2. Let's see if we can do a little better. Let's see if we can keep going. Let's see if you guys can all throw in just a little bit and make our loss today hurt a little less. When deputies arrived at the home, they found Alonzo Reiser, 20, stabbing his father, Tyrone Reiser, 52, with a sword. Oh, God, they caught him in the act. Just
relative Paul Reiser will be paying the bail.
It's really unfortunate that Paul Reiser wasn't there. Maybe he could have stopped this whole thing. In fact, Alonzo Reiser, when he was stabbing Tyrone Reiser and police asked him why, he said, he looked at his father and he said, I'm mad. And they said, mad about what? And he said, mad about you. Fuck you guys. If I'm going to miss by 165, I'm going to do my own shit, and it's going to fucking suck. All right? You're getting Paul Reiser jokes. After issuing commands for the suspect to drop the weapon, deputies said the suspect refused, prompting a deputy to shoot the son. I don't think anyone's going to argue about police shooting a guy with a sword, especially if the sword has blood on it. If he's shown that he's willing to use it, go ahead. Do you think he tried to Jedi stop the bullets first, though? Do you think he maybe tried to get a couple before?
Right.
That doesn't work.
Everybody thinks you can do it, and it's super easy. No, it isn't.
Only in the movies, my man. Only in the movies does that work. You got it, dude. It's got to be extremely personal. Like, it's got to. I don't think you stab someone with a sword on a whim. I think it's got to be
because
something.
You're going to dirty up your sword. Nobody's worth that.
Not only that, but like, it's such a personal, like stabbing in general, but then stabbing with a medieval weapon. I mean, that's so. You don't do that.
Is it weird that I want to know, like, what sword it was? Like, was it a sword? Was it a movie replica sword? Like, I have a lot of questions now.
I want to know what the fuck the dad did, because I don't think he's totally innocent in all this.
Yeah, fuck that cocksucker. I just want to know about the sword. Yeah, no, it's. I'm sure the dad deserved it.
Yeah, both of them died from their injuries, I can imagine. Here's a picture of the sword.
Oh, that was a freaking horrible sword. Why would you?
What are you talking about? That's a pretty good sword. That's a big sword.
No, it's a big samurai sword. It just, I don't.
That's like the sword that they used on Zed in Pulp Fiction.
That's Michonne's sword from the Walking Dead. It's
This is an ongoing investigation involving the blah 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 blah. We got neighbor reactions to the stabbing. Should we do some neighbor react? Here's what we should do. We should do some neighbor reactions, and we should do some fucking donations. We should. I can't live with what my pride. Like, can Steel Toe live with a 165 hit today? Yes. Can I? No. Absolutely not. So in 20 minutes, let's see how far down we can get it. I'd appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. Rough day today for the Toe. Rough day. It's going to happen every once in a while. Rough day for the Toe. Let's see what kind of rally we can roll on. And we'll run out the clock. Go ahead. Take your time. We're not.
The incident happened here in the villas at Emerald Dunes community, just west of the Turnpike and off of Okeechobee Boulevard. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office says.
By the way, this is what you get at 165 short of the goal. Okeechobee Boulevard, Johnny. The street may be Okeechobee, but the man and his dad are not okie dokie.
Oh, no.
Fuck you guys. Honestly, what do I... If I would have known that I was going to be doing today's show for $130, I would have went way lesser on the prep. I would have just been sitting here going, so what do you guys want to talk about? Mr. Me with $5 says, make Johnny stand while playing the German marching song for donos. No, because we don't even have a shot at knocking this one out today.
Plus, me standing will be cheating right now. All I have to do, I have a massage gun. If I just pump one part of my outside, what is it, your thigh or whatever, there, my legs will lock up, and I'm not going to make Johnny debase himself when we don't even have a shot at it. We're 160 away, so we're accepting our fate today and having fun with it. I'm just trying to see if we could get less of a fail on today's show. $1 from Veldrain. Says, the kid said, I am Inigo Montoya. You are my father. Prepare to die. Toad Climbs Mountain with $2 says, Paul Reiser joke, $3 less funny than Black Kid joke earlier. Well, thank you. See, when you start your donations at a certain number, you can then judge the rest of the jokes. Right?
Off of that. I like that. I appreciate it. All right, 155 away from today. Let's see how low the L can go here on the Toe, and let's see how painfully corny and hacky things can get over here. 155 is the number, and remember, it's for the Klitz and Calamari food truck. All right, continue on. Okeechobee Boulevard, and the father and son are no longer okie dokie.
Got a son who was stabbing his father with a sword. It was shocking news for those who live here. Detectives tell us this large sword was the weapon a man used to stab his own father. It was news that Judith McCoy never...
You know, it's too bad because all the neighbors said, they go, you know, this kid was always pretty sharp. You know, the kid was a big comic book fan. Did you know that? Makes sense, right?
No, it does though.
Yeah, big comic book fan. You know what who his favorite comic book character was?
Who?
Blade.
Interesting.
Yeah.
He recently got a new job. He wasn't qualified for it, but he said, I'll take a stab at it.
Oh, that's good. You know, that's a can-do attitude, you know? And you know what? I heard from his boss that he ended up being a cut above everybody else.
Yeah, but I don't know if he can handle it. That job is high-stress environment. Razor's edge.
And I can understand that. I get that. He actually worked at a masonry company that also specialized in medieval weaponry. It was called the Sword and the Stone. There was also, you know, it's too bad that he had to be shot by the police because his boss said with his can-do attitude, he always thought he was more likely to give it a shot than take one.
Never expected.
Fuck, guys, am I resentful? You're damn right I'm resentful.
I cannot imagine a son, you know, attack his father. I mean, I'm shocked about it.
She was so great as Gloria in Modern Family. She's got to get back to her.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys never raise anybody with physical violence as a form of, you know.
Here in the Latino culture, we like to use understanding and moderation and acceptance and all of these things. And if that doesn't work, we hit you with broomsticks until you bleed.
Yeah, I'm sure if this kid had just taken another belt buckle or two as a child, he wouldn't have grown up this way.
She lives in the building across from where it happened.
A lot of police are wrong, and I just didn't know what happened.
McCoy ultimately learned that around 3 a.m, the Palm Beach County...
You know, actually, everyone in this, this stabbing with the sword just left people absolutely stunned. In fact, one neighbor said, I liked those two. They had a great relationship, and this news has me absolutely gutted. Yeah.
It's a shame.
It's really too bad to see.
The sheriff's office was called to the 6400 block of Emerald Dunes Drive in her community for an armed domestic dispute.
And
it's a safe neighborhood. I mean,
the police said, look, I mean, this is a tragedy any way you slice it.
We'll take a stab at it.
That's a fact, Jack. Let's continue on.
It's a safe neighborhood.
I disagree. I'm going to go ahead and say it was a safe. Well, it might be a safe neighborhood again. I mean, they're both dead. Don't have to hear they're caterwauling and bitching anymore.
I mean, never. I got 10 years living here. Never heard something like that.
The sheriff's
ice on the fucking ground. On the fucking ground. Jesus.
Office says when deputies arrived, they found the 20-year-old son actively stabbing his 52-year-old father with the sword.
Well, that's good because you don't want to passively stab anyone. I mean, if you're going to be into it, you got to be into it. I mean, it's like an animal. You want to put him down in a good, humane way. You don't want to struggle. You know.
Look, if you're going to start this, you got to finish. Commit. That's all it is.
He was actively stabbing his father versus people who get bored and just kind of passively stab.
It's good to see a young person that's motivated.
Yeah,
I worry sometimes.
Yeah, and they stick to a job until it's done. You don't see that a lot anymore.
We're told.
Still want to know what the fuck the dad did. Nobody stabs you with a sword because you didn't earn it.
Law enforcement asked the suspect to drop his weapon, but he refused, forcing a deputy to shoot the son.
Very shocking.
So he was shot by he was not shot by the sheriff.
No?
He was shot by the deputy. Again, we're 155 away from today. This is liberating to me. I don't have to try.
Yes.
Sad. It's sad, so sad.
PBSO says deputies immediately rendered medical aid, but both the father and the son died from their injuries. We followed up with PBSO to get the names of the victims, but they still have not been made public.
We figured it out. It's Tyrone and like Ezekiel or whatever the fuck it was. It's we can draw some conclusions. That's all.
I'm told the FDLE has taken over the investigation, and PBSO has placed the officer involved on paid administrative leave per department policy.
That's glad. I'm glad that PBSO is not involved. I mean, I heard Detective Elmo was on the case, and he was just really distracted, and he wasn't doing a very good job. I mean, who needs that?
I mean, what would be the letter then? Today's letter is K for kill.
S for sword. You could pick. Yeah, you go with a lot of them. The PBSO had a guy that they called Detective Count there, and he was going 1 sword stab wound. 2 sword stab wound. Today's show sucks. Dusty Rhodes with $1 says Aaron's eye twitches and rapid movements are very disturbing and distracting. What's going on, if you will? I don't have those, but I will say that if you're zooming in on my eye that closely, you're kind of gay. Kind of gay. You need to get that checked out, buddy. Dusty.
Well,
Mr.
don't.
Dusty Rhodes, that is. Well, 155 away from today.
Uh-oh.
How do you feel about how today's gone?
I mean, I thought it was a great show and had a great time up until about, I don't know, say a good 45 minutes ago.
Really kind of died on the vine there at the end, didn't it? Yeah. Oh, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. We got about 10 minutes left in the show. That's 10 minutes to try and make this thing a more digestible 150. Fuck. I become spoiled. I'm going to admit it. I become spoiled. We become... I never thought I'd say this, but Steel Toe has become rather successful the last few months. And we've been doing very well with the listener contributions and shit. So I'm gonna have to bribe those evening show people pretty hard. I'm gonna have to probably offer them an hour and a half of overtime. I might have to offer them a 3.5 hour show tonight, if they can clean up your guys' mess. And now you guys are going to have a full one tomorrow. Oh, shit. I might be setting myself up for a big fall. Try to make this respectable, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. All right, fuck it. I don't care. Let's check out The Rock's new MMA movie. What do you think?
I'm
out of stories. Like, we made no money in the last 2 hours, so it was kind of bing, 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 story to story to story to story.
Because we were bouncing.
Because we were bouncing. So we got about 10 minutes left in today's show, and somebody sent this in, so fuck it. Let's do it, huh?
Why not?
The Rock made a new MMA movie. Let's see. Ash Davies wants me to take a look at it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants.
In my eyes.
How did that happen?
He's going to play Don. This is a Dan Severn movie, I think.
Okay.
I think The Rock's playing Dan Severn.
Well, have you ever heard of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, the UFC?
That's the bloody thing they're trying to ban.
Bro, did they whiteface The Rock?
It seems like it.
Holy shit. It barely looks like him.
This guy is the best he has ever seen.
Do you hate each other when you fight?
Absolutely not.
How do you know Mark Kerr? Oh, we go way back, but he's a buddy of mine.
Come on, baby.
Oh, Mark Kerr. Wait a minute. I thought he was doing a Dan Severn. Okay. He's playing UFC legend Mark Kerr.
Too much?
Never.
Too much?
No.
Please welcome in his octagon debut, Mark Kerr!
Winning is the best feeling there is. It's 40,000 people, and they're cheering you on. There's no other high like it in the world.
Holy shit. Look, like the fucking, not just the makeup, but the prosthetics they had to use on The Rock.
Yeah, because they messed with his face a bit. Is that a wig or is that his actual hair?
It's the Rocky Johnson half of him, you know. It's a little curly.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to think, when is the last time I saw The Rock with any hair, and I can't remember.
When he was Rocky Maivia and he had all the curls and shit.
No contract, no money?
No money.
Do you have any stronger pain medication?
Advil?
Advil?
Yeah.
Dawn, would you like?
No.
They're handing them out like candy.
Just giving him Advil.
Let's all get in. Everybody get in. Yeah, Don, can you take this picture for us?
Yeah.
What are you thinking at the beginning of the fight?
It's simple. Am I going to hurt him before he hurts me?
Yes. I'll be honest, this kind of looks like a boring movie.
It looks like it's going to be depressing because it's going to be a dude who's doing what he loves and everyone around him just watches him get the shit kicked out of him.
And he makes
doesn't
no
seem
money.
happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like these, like even the modern.
Well, thank God Dana White came to the UFC and righted that wrong. Am I right?
Well, yeah, even
all
the modern
fighters get paid.
Even the modern UFC guys don't make a shitload when you compare it to like boxers and other athletes. I mean,
they're better than they used to. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're still bringing up the rear money wise in sports.
I'm sure
This Grand Prix to crown the greatest fighter in the world. He has come back from the brink. Let's see if he can pull out a victory over Mark Coleman. Have you spoken to either about fighting such a good friend for a life-changing amount of money?
I just need you to let me in.
Always about you. Only about fighting you.
Oh, there he was, The Rock. He shaved the head and everything. You're right. This looks like it could be like a Cinderella Man type kick in the dick movie.
Like a downer of a story.
Yeah. I don't know anything about Mark Kerr. Like my UFC knowledge is pretty, like there's some of it, but it's like the Chuck Liddells, the Randy Couture's, like the top guys from like 2002 onward.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know anything about him.
Yeah. Ken Shamrock, Tito Ortiz, God damn. What's the Dan Severn? I mentioned him before. The Gracie brothers. I don't know anything about a Mark Kerr.
Let's fucking go. Big strong man, I love you.
I don't know. Oh, it's the smash. Oh, jeez. They really swung for the fences with the title. The Smashing Machine.
Okay.
It would be better. You know, you should tell The Rock. I think it'd be better with John Cena in it.
Yeah, it'll make a lot more sense. You just put him in there. We'll be all right.
I think Cena would have done a better job. Oh, man. Well, we got fucking douche today. We got killed.
Uh-oh.
155 is our number for today. We got to take our L and eat it like men. That's for sure. Or the evening show can help out.
Oh, okay. I was really worried that we had another one of those random last-minute saves.
Hey, if we could have a random... Hey, this should prove to you that there's no fake donos on the toe. We eat our $150 losses like men. 155. All right, we got one more clip to go through here. If you can help. If not, fuck. This is what we call a reset day. That's for sure. Carolyn Levitt roasted Amazon for announcing that they'll be showing their tariff prices next to products. You know what? I don't blame Amazon for doing this. I think this is fair because their prices are going to go up and people are going to get pissed at Amazon. And I think Amazon has a right to go, hey, look, this is why we're raising prices.
Yeah, because they ship stuff internationally. This is a huge fuck up for them, so they're going to have to pass at least part of the blame.
Yeah. So I think you're kind of, I don't think the Trump administration can get mad at Amazon because you've kind of forced Amazon's hand on this whole deal.
Yeah.
I will take this since I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? And I would also add that it's not a surprise because as Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. So this is another...
Fuck off.
Come on, man. I mean, at least let's be honest. Like one thing I like about the Trump administration is that they'll try to shoot you straight. Let's shoot it straight. Let's not counter propaganda with propaganda. Tariffs go up, prices go up. The whole reason some of us are willing to be patient about this is that you're saying that trade deals could come and it could ultimately put us in a better position. If that doesn't happen and these businesses have to raise their prices, I'd like to know why. And if they're going to print it out and put it in black and white, I think that's fair. Just admit, this kind of makes you look shitty. This is going to hurt you in the approval polls and you don't like it. Don't try to make it some kind of Chinese conspiracy.
Also, like, why didn't they do this during the Biden administration? What are you going to do? Everything was just more expensive. So it's like, oh, no, we have to mark this up because of inflation. I don't know. Can we track that? Was there different rates of inflation? Tariff prices vary between products.
Yeah.
Why Americans should buy American. It's another reason why we are onshoring critical supply chains here at home to shore up our own critical supply chain and boost our own manufacturing here.
Is Jeff Bezos still a Trump supporter?
Look, I will not speak to the president's relationships with Jeff Bezos, but I will tell you that this is certainly a hostile and political action by Amazon. And Secretary, if you have anything to add.
Is it? I don't really think it's a hostile action.
There's nothing hostile about it. They're just literally informing you because they're sick of the hate mail.
Yeah, they're explaining to their customers why they're going to have to jack up their prices.
I would say it's no more a hostile action than using tariffs to force fucking economy back down. That is as hostile as that action is. That's what I would say.
Chevrolet JB with $1 says, do they also tell you if it's a tariff-free product? Well, I mean, if it's made in America.
Yeah, but what do we make in America besides obesity?
MSO says a heavy loss for the toe. That's for sure. If you're Citizen M and you hate steel toe so much that you come here today to pretend to like it just so you can see us, congratulations. A very rare win for you. It's a win for that group of people. Luckily, we've been in a great place lately. We can take the hit. The only thing hurt is my pride. Rough one for us today. Hey, but I'm going to come back tomorrow. I'm going to give you guys a better show. I'll give you a better effort. Tonight, the evening show will do a better job. Redbird with $2 says, what the fuck happened to the goal after I left? Well, nothing.
Literally nothing. That's
My lost interest with $2 says it would take decades to build onshore manufacturing. Hey, that little rally we just had of ones and twos got us to 150, so at least it was an even number today.
Thank you for that.
We have an even number loss of $150. That's the final tally. So we got a little more than halfway through the goal. Hey, we still made more than Rekieta's 130. Congratulations, guys. We still got there. All right, Johnny, good luck today. Best of luck to you. We'll talk to you next week. To the rest of you, we'll be back tonight with a furious vengeance. The perfect week is still available. We just got to get it picked up. Take it easy, guys. Have a great rest of your day, and goodbye.